morning. Yeah, let's do that a little more enthusiastic. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Hey. I hope everybody had a lovely evening last night, whatever you got up to. I hope you enjoyed the beautiful Portuguese food and wine. And very, very happy to be here. My goodness, it's day 3 already. I can't believe it. I just wanted to make a few logistical notes. Whoops, I'm on the wrong page for that. The first one is that actually there's been something exciting going on that many of you may not know. On that table at the back, we've got some very talented artists who've been doing a graphic recording of all of the sessions, even of the breakout sessions that I believe were, there we go. Just a little taste of what they're doing. That will be shared on the app and online so that people can really enjoy and have that as a takeaway reminder of all of the interesting discussions that have been going on. So thank you so much to our artists, graphic recorders at the back. Another interesting thing that's been going on behind the scenes that you might not know about is a youth radio. We have some young people who have been doing a radio show. They've been doing some different interviews, following along with different things on the Global Forum. And you can find a link to that on the app. If you open the app and go into notifications, you can link right in and listen to a little bit of the youth radio and hear some of their perspectives on the Global Forum. And speaking of the app, I bet everybody knows what I'm going to remind you of. The survey. So there was the day 1 survey and the day 2 survey, which I'm sure every one of you have filled out very carefully. And there is now, of course, as well, a day 3 survey for you to fill out towards the end of the day today, but just to put it there in your mind. And if you, for whatever reason, have not yet filled out the day 2 survey, perhaps now is the time to do it. Shouldn't take very long. And then one final thing is that we have set up in the corner, just as you walk out to the coffee break, we've set up kind of photo booth area with a backdrop and a selfie frame and props. So please do go ahead and use that. We had it in Tanzania last year as just kind of an aside, and we had the best photographs that came out of that. So I don't know if people have been using it this year, but it's there and it's quite fun. So please do go ahead and use it. I think that's it for my logistical announcements. So I'm very, very delighted to welcome up to the stage Wevin Uganda, who's going to come and join me here just for some reflections on the forum so far and to look ahead to the day. Wevin is a youth advocate with UNICEF Generation Unlimited's Young People's Action Team. So welcome, Wevin. So Wevin, it's been great to have you and so many other young people here to engage across the sessions. But before you tell us a little bit about your experience, I'd love if you could just introduce yourself and some of your work with Generation Unlimited.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm excited to be here. I work in twofold. So I'm a youth advocate from Mombasa, Kenya. And my work focuses on translating complex policies and concepts for different stakeholders with the aim of inspiring action. So on one end, I work with young people at the grassroots level, and I create opportunities for them to take social action on the issues they care about. So think about climate, think about peace building, education, health, nutrition, all of it, because young people care about many things. And at Generation Unlimited, I'm able to amplify the voices of the young people that I work with at the local level and ensure that they influence decisions, they influence policymakers, and most importantly, I'm able to co-create through the Youth Public-Private Partnership. And I want to believe that you all see yourselves as peace builders, because I'm a peace builder, and education is one of the key priorities for peace building. It is a transformation process that allows young people to get the knowledge and transform their mindsets and also shape their perceptions of how they see themselves in society. For instance, I started my peace building in high school as a teenager, volunteering, planting trees and doing all of that. And I think if it wasn't for the teachers, I wouldn't have believed in myself as a leader. And so the work that I do is really creating spaces for learning, informal spaces of learning. Education is a priority, but we also have to understand that education can undermine peace building and peace processes. If this education is not equitable, if it's not accessible, if it continues to leave other young people at the margins and exclude them, it can, drive conflict. And so, education has to evolve. It has to be contextualized to the needs and the agency of different generations of learners. And to do this, we need skills right now, which is, one of the initiatives at Generation Unlimited that really prepares young people for the world we live in now and the world we envision. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Wevin. And I think that was such an important reminder that formal school systems are not always the force for equity and pluralism that, we've been discussing and sort of dreaming of today. And that's quite relevant for our topic today, which is all around alternative pathways and non-formal education pathways for young people that are outside of the formal sector. We'll be focusing a lot on that through the next 2 panel sessions, as well as through some of our challenge workshops. But, we also connect that with what we learned about from the formal system, because we can't see these as separate silos, as we spoke about on day 1, because young people often move between formal and informal systems, of course, and even students enrolled in formal school, they have a life outside of school where they're doing a lot of learning and engaging in extracurricular activities and, through their community involvement as well. So I think it's important to see the links between those. So I'd love to hear, Wevin, yesterday when you were here and participating in some of the discussions, what were some of the highlights for you in terms of understanding equity and pluralism and inclusion within those formal school systems?
Thank you very much. I think the biggest highlight for me is that students were part of co-creating the solutions. And I think that speaks in the spirit of youth meaningful engagement. We are here, we are subject experts at education and other topics, but really young people are the experts of their lives, and they are they have the lived realities. And so for me, just being able to engage meaningfully with the students and the experts and co-creating with them was a big highlight. And also partnerships and coordination of efforts throughout the table work or gallery work, able to see that different stakeholders are doing different things. And we need to avoid duplication of efforts. We need to maximize on the resources that we have. We have more issues than the resources that we have. And so only when we pull together, and again, just emphasizing the need for meaningful partnerships and young people at the heart of these partnerships, and bringing the public sector and private institutions as well. And also intergenerational leadership. I think it's been interesting to see how, as part of the sessions, how young people are being included, and acknowledging that we all have different expertise to bring to the table. And if we have to create something inclusive, it's not really about bringing young people in and kicking the older people out, but really making sure that it's a space for everyone. And an intersectional approach to addressing social inequalities. At yesterday's dinner, we were talking about the climate education nexus. And it's interesting to see that it's not a climate issue or an education issue, but we're really talking about the same thing. We just have them in different thematic areas. So I think that was also a highlight for me. Listening, amplifying, and considering the voices of young people and learners and teachers in decision making. Many times we listen, many times we amplify, but I think we really need to do more in actually considering. So everything that teachers are saying here, everything that young people are saying here needs to make it to the policies, to the interventions, and finally investing in solutions. I was really glad to hear the commitments, financial and technical commitments to the processes. I think I'll just leave it as you need to fund us young people like you mean it, like you want us to win. So thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Robin. So well said. Thank you so much. And I agree that the really exciting thing about the Global Forum, I think, is the opportunity to bring young people, teachers, researchers, policymakers, all together into this kind of dialogue and discussion. And I think that is, for many of us, maybe all of us, really the real highlight of the event. So with that sort of collaborative spirit in mind, I'd just like you to take maybe 2 minutes to turn to the person next to you and reflect on some of your highlights yesterday and even from day one, and what you're looking forward to to today on our last day of the program. Thanks so much, Robert. All right, thanks everybody. I know, again, you could probably keep talking all morning, but we have other really interesting people to hear from as well. So if you can wrap up your reflections. I'm very, very excited to introduce our opening discussion panel today, which will be focusing on how we can promote equitable, inclusive, and pluralistic learning pathways for young people inside but also outside of the formal education system. And I'm delighted to welcome our panelists to the stage, and under the guidance and chairing of the wonderful Jane Barlow, who I'm not sure, yes, because we're very grateful, Jane has graciously stepped in for Dr. Sugra Chowdhury Khan. So Jane will be chairing us today. Jane is coming from the Global Center for Pluralism in Ottawa, Canada. And I turn it over to you.
Oops, let's grab some water here. There, I'll let you pour. Wow, welcome everyone. Good morning. I am so delighted to be moderating this morning's plenary. I think I have the best panel, featuring some really exceptional panelists. As Bronan said, I am stepping in for our dear Sugar Khan, so I have some very large shoes to fill. I'm promising not to disappoint her. But therefore, before I begin, and before I introduce our panel speakers today, I thought I should say just a few words about the Global Center for Pluralism. For those of you who are a little bit less familiar with our work or not at all, we are an international charitable organization based in Ottawa, Canada. And we were founded under a really unique partnership between His Highness the Aga Khan and the Government of Canada, with the incredibly important and I would say ambitious mandate to support societies around the world to live productively and peacefully with diversity. We were very early supporters of the conferences at Oxford that AKF sponsored, and I worked with Andy and Nafisa on these that really sort of set the groundwork for the development of the Schools 2030 initiative. And so it's really exciting now to see all the achievements that have happened to date, and I'm very pleased to see that pluralism has been retained as a central focus and theme throughout your work. Over the past 2 days, we have heard how much the education, academic policy, donor communities have really made an important shift in the recognition of the diversity that exists in all of our societies, communities, and classrooms. We have also, I think, heard a true commitment to advancing pluralism in education. At its core, pluralism is a positive response to diversity. It refers to the actions that we all take to respond positively to human differences as the basis of a more equitable, just and successful and prosperous society. Nowhere is this more important than when working with adolescent learners who may have already experienced over a decade of being excluded based on differences in learning abilities, differences in ethnicity, language, gender, economic status, that has had an impact and will continue to impact their confidence, learning outcomes, and future potential to contribute to their societies. Equally, if not more importantly, we have also heard about the need to instill in learners the skills and habits of mind to engage across differences. In today's world, these skills to engage respectfully and productively across differences has never been more important as we seek to tackle some of the more existential challenges facing the world and the planet today, such as climate change. So let me introduce today's panelists. We have our youth representative today, Darius, who is a student at a technical institution in Lisbon. He has been working for the last 2 days with a group of his peers, and they have elected and nominated him to sit on this stage. And so we're really excited to hear from Darius. We also have David Yeager, who is associate professor at the University of Texas in Austin. He has a developmental psychology. He is a developmental psychologist who focuses on methods to promote equity in education by addressing student motivation, engagement, and coping with stress. We have Nadi Albino, who is Deputy Director of Partnerships with UNICEF. Nadi is an absolute leader in pulling together multi-sectoral partnerships and an avid programmer. We have Joanna Parsons, who is Director of Delivery and Impact with the Prince's Trust International. Jo believes deeply in preparing young people for the future of work through holistic learning and strategic alignment to future career opportunities. She leads the delivery of the Prince's Trust International's mandate across 18 countries, working with partner organizations to support skills development from education to employment, and she thinks she has the best job at the Prince's Trust. And finally, we have Tricia Wind, who is program leader for GPE Knowledge and Innovation Exchange, or KICS, at the International Development Research Centre, otherwise known in Canada as IDRC. Fellow Canadian. She is particularly interested in how to facilitate effective knowledge mobilization and how to scale positive impact in education systems. Great. So let me kick us off with a first round of questions to all of our panelists. And I'm going to start with Darius. Darius, you've been working together with a group of youth from across Portugal to discuss your priorities for inclusive societies in education in your country. Can you tell us a bit about your experience over the past 2 days and what you have discussed together with your peers? And please, everyone, Darius is going to answer in Portugal, so you might want to put your headsets on as he gathers his thoughts to answer this question. Go ahead.
Antes de mais, bom dia a todos.
First of all, good morning to you all. Thank you for being here. These last 2 days are difficult to explain. These people didn't know each other, young people, children even, young adults, students. And there's one thing that unites us, wanting to know more. And we want to know more the best way possible, in ways that will allow us to achieve things that nowadays are difficult or that force us to undergo activities that wouldn't even be normal, to achieve goals that for many of us are asphyxiating somehow in a very young age. We didn't always agree, of course, we are human beings. And it was something that filled my heart to witness the evolution of it. We were starting very shy, not knowing what to say, where to turn. In the end, there was only one problem, not being able to choose what to say today here. which is very good. Everyone brought something different to the table. We all brought our view, examples of something that is done well or done wrong. These are learnings that one way or another, whether we are here talking to you or not, we will bring with us, trying to make a difference at our schools, in our lives. These are lessons that we will adapt. Whether those were good or bad, we should learn from everything we can. I think that was the most special component, a space where young people could come together from Brazil, Kenya, Portugal. Even though not all together, we got together. We don't live together, but we got together. So we could talk and learn from each other and thus grow. Thank you.
Joe, for Prince Trust International, your focus on inclusive education for youth is closely linked to your focus on holistic learning. Can you explain a bit more about that link?
Sure, thanks, Jane. Well, we know that research suggests that better education yields higher individual income and contributes towards long economic growth in various countries. But the importance of holistic learning can often be overlooked. Holistic learning in itself is the process that brings every part of a student together, so mind, body, and spirit. Learners' emotion, their intellect, creativity, and imagination and body are all activated to bring forth a comprehensive and effective learning experience. So holistic learning essentially allows students to create a connection to their subject matter. So it complements academic learning and gives young people the chance to better succeed in this, as well as develop better core skills for life outside of the educational setting. Now, education can't be truly equitable if individual factors are holding back students from reaching their full potential. And holistic learning really does help to mitigate this. So the ILO and others have pointed out that whilst young people are learning, they're not necessarily equipping themselves with the skills for the world of work after they leave school. They're missing key ingredients, which are core skills, often referred to as life skills or soft skills, and without them, learning just can't be holistic. So holistic learning, again, by its nature, it's an excellent tool to support youth to be inclusive and equitable, as well as supporting teachers in how to use different techniques in the classroom that are engaging, involve more teamwork and more interactivity. This is very hard, as we know, when teachers are teaching students in classes of 60 upwards and may have received little training in that area. So at the Prince's Trust International, our core education programme is a programme called Achieve, and it really focuses on these core skills. It's modular, so it can be adapted, and it involves intensive teacher training with a focus on building new awareness, gaining a deeper understanding of holistic approaches, and skill-building application of this as well. So an example of how Achieve might promote inclusion, I could refer back to some delivery of the programme in Ghana last year, where we developed new content material focusing on understanding disability. We found that as well as being massively impactful to the students, actually this was incredibly meaningful for the teachers who had had little to no experience or exposure to those with disabilities. And as well as developing the content with teachers and with young people by understanding what they did and they didn't know, we then partnered with the Special Olympics, who supports youth with intellectual disabilities, and brought together all of this learning through sport in a sports day. I think that this approach of working with multiple stakeholders and local partners with real expertise is a really great example of how holistic learning can really be brought to life in a low cost and a high impact way. Now, we know that there are many programs out there that complement academic courses and classes, but the real key for me to bring these is to bring these approaches into the mainstream rather than just having them as an add-on. So what do we need? Well, we need funding to do this. We need educators to recognise their importance as well. and we really need governments to absorb them into curriculums as well.
Excellent. Thank you. Tricia, I understand that quite a number of the research initiatives funded through the KICS focus on inclusive learning partnerships for adolescents. Can you tell us a bit more about this research portfolio and what we are learning from it?
Yeah, thanks. So I think that Ian McPherson yesterday introduced you to the Global Partnership for Education's Knowledge and Innovation Exchange. It's a program that I lead at the International Development Research Center. And there are two parts of KICS, and both of them have some connections in with adolescent education. So on the one hand, there are 4 regional hubs through which people who work in today's national education systems come together for peer learning and exchange across the 85 different countries that are partners of GPE. So they come together for sharing best practice or just challenges to reflect on existing evidence and good practice, or to use the global toolkits that we all invest in and produce, but maybe don't spend as much time in facilitating their use. They also do analysis and capacity strengthening through communities of practice or learning cycles. So the topics that they focus on also inform then the calls for proposals on which we fund applied research projects, of which there are a whole number in connected to adolescent education. I thought, though, before I would get to that, I just wanted to underline a couple of places in which KICS and Schools 2030 connect, because that, for us, is a key part of why we're here. So 7 of the 10 countries that are part of Schools 2030 are partner countries of GPE, and so also invited to participate in KICS. A number of the organizations that Schools 2030 works with, we also work with. And we both fund the Data Must Speak initiative of UNICEF, a really fine example of a place that's looking for what really works in different countries, and how do you then identify, showcase, and scale that. Some of the people here at the Global Forum are also involved in KICS. In fact, 2 of the people on the panel yesterday, even if I don't include Ian, are involved in KICS. The Deputy Minister from Kyrgyzstan is involved in one of the regional hubs, and Professor Maina of Mombasa is involved in one of the research projects on EdTech. And if you come to our challenge session, if I can put a plug in for that after this, you'll meet people from the Talim Forum who are doing some very interesting work on digitization of education in Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Mongolia. I think we also have a similar approach in the very positive approach that Schools 2030 takes of really empowering and identifying what works at a local level, and then showcasing that, documenting it so we can learn, but then also thinking about how to scale. And that's very much an approach that we take in the research portfolio of KICS, where all the research that we fund takes an education system challenge, identifies what are some of the existing promising or already proven approaches that address those challenges, how can they be contextualized, adapted, and explicitly scaled, so that can inform better policy and practice. So when it comes to the adolescent education, in Africa and Asia, we have a set of different projects that are researching ways to help teens either stay in school and finish, especially girls, but also providing pathways or access to alternative education and accelerated education for those who are out of school. A number of those models are started and sometimes managed by NGOs or people outside the Ministry of Education, sometimes because those populations are simply out of reach of the central ministry. But there are a lot of questions about how to scale them, about how do you maintain quality standards, what are options for governments to certify the quality of education, and how can they scale into for broader populations, or how can they be sort of integrated into how the government delivers education. There's a second set of projects that focus on gender equality, a number of different issues that I hope I'll have time to speak to a little bit more later. And then also projects about learning assessment and how do we tackle assessing 21st century skills in secondary school.
Fascinating. Thank you so much. David, can you tell us a little bit today about your research and what you are learning about inclusive, equitable learning opportunities for youth?
Yeah, so there's been a kind of scientific revolution recently. For a long time, the science of motivation has treated motivation as something that a kid either has or doesn't have. We've kind of tried to assess it as an individual difference or as a quality. And I think the last 10 years or so has changed the scientific view on that. We think more of the adolescent as someone who wants to learn, who wants to contribute to the world and wants to change the world around them, but there are barriers, both material and psychological, that can stand in the way. One of those barriers is a belief that only some people are smart enough to be worth investing in education. That's what my mentor, Carol Dweck, has called a fixed mindset belief. And in the PISA, looking at 76 countries across the world, what they found is that the extent to which kids have internalized a fixed mindset, that they've learned from adults that only some people are smart and other people aren't, and there's nothing you can do, then they tend to perform worse. But that is only a starting point, because in other experiments, what we've been able to do is to say, well, actually, abilities are dynamic, they're malleable, they can be grown and developed. And we've delivered what we call growth mindset interventions to young people to help them understand that the brain is, for example, like a muscle, something that can be developed and grown just like muscles can. And then what we've found is that students from groups that have been stereotyped or marginalized are more likely to benefit from the educational experiences in front of them when you address that belief. And that's exciting. But then there's a new challenge, and I think it's the newest set of findings that research really needs to focus on. And it's the following. Kids don't just walk around with a mental model of themselves as a learner. It's not just all in their head. They're also perceiving the culture in the classroom that they're experiencing. And you can think of adolescents as the world's greatest evolutionarily designed hypocrisy detectors, right? If you say one thing and are doing something else, or your culture is saying the opposite, then young people are the first to point it out. And that's, if you're a teacher, I was a teacher, that's annoying for you in front of the classroom, but in fact, that is their superpower. And rather than blaming the next generation for complaining too much, et cetera, I think what you instead need to say, they are often perceiving what is right and just earlier and more clearly than we are as people who are established and entrenched in our own hierarchies, et cetera. So I think the next generation of research needs to focus on how young people have that superpower. How do we harness it? And how do we help them help us create the kinds of inclusive classroom cultures in which all students know that they can learn and that they're worth investing in?
Excellent, thank you. Nadi, the mission of Generation Unlimited is to skill the world's youth and connect them to opportunities for employment and social impact. How does your work approach the question of equity and inclusion, and what is your approach to reaching young people in challenging contexts?
Well, I think, firstly, we all have to be clear about the definition of inclusion and equity. So different sectors define it very differently. Sometimes when we say equality, we mean it's about bringing girls and boys together. But we forget that it's also about access, it's about how people are treated, and it's about a lot of the stuff that you've just spoken about. And it's about what Wevin was saying earlier on in terms of we, the youth, are the experts of ourselves. When we talk about inclusion, the different groups within the youth fraternity, so they're not a homogeneous group. There's young people with disabilities, there's LGBTQ groups, et cetera, and how do we, address that? So sometimes we just have to be clear about our definitions of equality and inclusion. So what do we try to do? What we try to do within UNICEF, and particularly in Generation Unlimited, is that we try to ensure that it's not just the voices of young people we hear, but that their agency also is as important as their voice in terms of determining how we develop programs, how we engage with them, how we create solutions, etc. And that means we just don't sit at headquarter level or at a capital level and try to make those decisions of what those solutions should be that should be deployed in a particular area. It's very important that, when we're looking at solutions in India, for example, that we're engaging with Indian young people, that they're at the table, that they're helping us to shape those solutions, and not just, a tokenism of saying, oh, we had young people in the room and therefore, they had their input, and then we walk away and then we decide, I think this is what works best for them. But we have to be very intentional in terms of how we work with young people, that their voices and their agency actually shape those solutions that we take forward. Because you find that when you do that, young people actually take the lead, and those solutions that you want to take forward will succeed. So what we do, much like what you talked about, Joe, is that how do we ensure that young people have the knowledge, have the skills, have the tools, and have the resources to be able to work with us in tandem to deploy those solutions and actually make changes and transform the societies that we live in. So through that, we then prepare. So when we talk about preparing young people for the world of work, we know for a fact that the world of work is evolving at a rate that we cannot keep up with. A couple of years ago, 3 years ago, we had a consultation session with about 5,000 young people from the Sahel in Dakar. And they were like, look, guys, these governments you talk about, this private sector you talk about, cannot employ all of us. There's just so many of us. What are the kind of tools and resources that we can work together with so that some of us can also create those opportunities for ourselves and for our peers and be able to shape a better world? So that's how we try to make sure that we're equitable and we're inclusive with young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. I have some follow-up questions for each of you, and I'm going to kick off with a question to Darius. But when we think about, and this is to give everybody a chance to put on their headphones again, when we think about inclusive and equitable learning pathways for young people, of course we need to think about the whole ecosystem in which they are living, inside and outside educational settings. So Darius, when we think about learning, we often think just about the formal schools and the classrooms. Of course, your world is much bigger than your school or institution. How should we, as teachers or donors or organizations, be thinking more broadly about how and where young people learn the skills they need?
Isso é uma pergunta bastante difícil de responder.
That's quite a difficult question to answer. First, because we were a group, and as a group, we devised the answers to that. But it's interesting because the answers appeared in the form of questions. And one thing that I'm going to do today, and that I haven't done for some time, is to answer with solutions. I enjoy presenting problems so that we can all gather and reach a consensus, or let our imagination fly so that we can all find the same kind of answers, or learn that we are different and that we can learn from each other. Unfortunately, I'm only one part of the learners, and we don't have time for me to present everything. So I'm going to try and be succinct. So technology never works when you need it. Well, young people want to be heard. You asked me a question, and that's what young people do. Young people ask a lot of questions, and young people want to be able to ask questions, and they want the answers to those questions. They want the necessary attention. And taking what was said before, often we don't need the best materials. Of course, they help. But often the students only need space, not only to think, but to produce new contents, but also to reflect. Because the conventional classroom may be used as a metaphor to make us understand that we are within four walls, not only physically, but also psychologically. And that's it. We should review the classrooms, the schools in general. We need a more practical learning where learners can show what they do, not just put across or answer a question, but they should be able to showcase their ideas and what they can do and showcase their knowledge through that. We should complement the space of the school with nature, not just because of health reasons, but also because it's good for you. Being in a green area is good. To feel the wind or hear the birds is good. Being within a concrete block, it's tiring. It's not that cool. Learners want to ask questions. They want answers to their questions. And with those answers, they want to be able to do something. They don't want to be candidates for presidency, no. They want to have an impact, even if it's just within the classroom or the school as a community or at the educational system as a whole. We want to be heard and we want answers to the problems that we present. We also present solutions, but we want to know why not. Often people tell us we can't do that because of this and because of that. So we need to know the reasons and what we can do to change. Teaching the subjects should be more flexible. We should not rely on handbooks because it is related to the fact that we are enclosed in something. We will be enclosed in a book, and that will not allow us to go outside and seek more information, especially today when we have plenty of information around us. Young people need a critical sense, and this is something that we agreed on, that we need to develop, because with critical sense, we can ask why not, and with critical sense, we can find the answers, and it's with critical sense that we learn. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Darius. Nadi, Gen U really takes a multi-sector and partnership approach to supporting youth. Can you tell us about why you take this approach and how that helps you build from and leverage the drive and energy of the young people you work with?
Okay, yeah. So first and foremost, I'm always humbled by young people. They have this tenacity to live. They have this desire to change the world. And like you say, they are hypocrisy busters. So they keep you on the straight and narrow. So I think with Gen U, we came to the realization pretty early that if we're not inclusive in the real sense of the word with young people, we will not be able to move forward. But we're also cognizant of the fact that in today's world, no single sector can solve all the issues. And therefore, it's important to bring the private sector, to bring the public sector, and to bring young people together, and multi-sectorally as well, for the health, education, etc., across the board. That is really critical for us to move forward. So we look at ourselves as the first public-private youth partnership in the world. So there's partnerships for public-private partnerships for health, public-private partnerships for this and for that. But in our context, we say it is young people's voice and agency central and core to what we do, and that's why we call ourselves a public-private youth partnership. So for us to be able to make the difference that we would like to make, it's important that these partners have equal opportunity at the table in terms of creating solutions, in terms of analyzing and then understanding the issues in the context that we might want to develop solutions in. It's important that these different partners and sectors bring their assets to the table for us to be able to address the various issues that we need to discuss. So in terms of the world we live in today, with the multitude of challenges that we have, climate being one of them, the industrial revolution that's ongoing, etc. When we look at education and opportunities for developing skills, etc., we're by and large still within the first industrial revolution. We have not evolved as fast as the revolutions have evolved. And across the table there was talk about curricula and systems and how laborious it is to turn this around. There's such big monsters, etc. And you find that working sometimes multi-sectorally and with the different partners, you're able to bring in modernized solutions, technology, etc., to deploy so that we're able to move faster. The private sector always looking for nimble and flexible ways to, of course, improve their bottom line. But what is it that we can learn from them that we can use in terms of the way that we want the world to develop and we want to improve human capital, etc. We're currently in a demographic boom. Lots and lots of young people. If you look at the global south in particular, the numbers of youth are exploding, and by and large, many of them, they're neither in the job market, they're not in institutions of training or learning, etc. And you know, as Wevin talked about peace and security earlier on, this is a major threat. So how do we maximize and harness this potential so that we're able to deploy positive solutions to the world? And we believe strongly in GenU that creating this platform would help us towards addressing a lot of these solutions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Recognizing that many young people do spend a lot of their time in formal education settings, what kind of support do teachers and educators need to be able to provide young people with equitable and quality learning opportunities? Joe, how do you support teachers to use holistic approaches in the Prince's Trust's work?
Well, we provide intensive training to develop new tools and methodologies to support teachers.
Yeah.
And then we work really closely with teachers so that they become peer-to-peer teachers as well, training others and taking that learning forward and empowering them to own that. We really work in a way that moves away from what some refer to as the chalk and talk style on the top of the classroom, and really involve teachers and youth in the design process and understanding from them what they feel the impact that's needed to be measured is really, really critical, rather than putting it on them, actually getting them to tell us. We work with teachers then to focus on particular key areas that they're looking to address, whether that be student engagement, attendance, core skills development, or climate literacy, for example, and then offer ongoing support and a continuous feedback loop to understand the impact of this on teachers. I think creating a culture of that continuous learning and development is really, really important. So as well as measuring the impact of our education programs for young people, it's also really, really vital, as we all know, to hear from the teachers. So as well as quantitative and qualitative data, we just recently completed our partner survey, literally in the last couple of weeks, where 92% of the teachers that we work with in our education programs said that their teaching style had changed as a result of this training, and they were now applying that to other classes rather than just the Achieve program. Interestingly as well, this year we've actually just introduced new impact measurements for teachers to understand their social and emotional learning skills throughout teaching these programs as well, which obviously includes confidence. And we do this in the measurement of students as well, but I think that there's sometimes a perhaps misconception that just because teachers are teaching the skills around social and emotional learning, actually how do they feel in those areas, and how can we improve them in the development of those areas as well. We're very proud of the work that we're doing around holistic learning and the impact on teachers, but I think it's worth recognising that there is always more to do, and this is going to remain a really key focus for us, particularly over the next 12 months.
So important. Thank you. Tricia, through KICS, you've been looking at a lot of gender inclusive, gender equity issues. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, definitely. This is something that is raised in all the different parts of KICS, both in the intercountry dialogue and the research that we support. So just as one example, in Latin America and the Caribbean, they had a multi-step community practice on gender equality where they were bringing people together to really surface the different kinds of gender equality issues that are so distinct in one context to the next. Certainly in a lot of contexts where girls are facing multiple types of challenges, but in others, boys really face a lot of challenges in their own education and their ability to complete or thrive in school. So the community of practice was set up so that everybody could reflect on their own national realities and learn from one another as opposed to having some sort of uniform diagnosis or prescription around it. And they acknowledged, I think, very much in the same way that Wevan mentioned this morning, that if we don't pay attention to things like promoting gender equality in education, education can and probably will perpetuate and further ingrain sexism and inequalities. So we need to be explicit about that. So they looked at issues like how do you integrate gender perspectives into teacher training, and then they also looked at sexual and gender-based violence in and around schools. And in that, they drew on one of the projects that KICS is funding, run by a civil society coalition that is looking at gender-based violence in and around schools in Haiti, Honduras, and Nicaragua. So this is a participatory action research project that is collectively producing data with communities, so with teachers, with students and families that include parents as well as grandparents, the grandparents often being the caregivers in some of these contexts. And it's revealing things like the stereotypes, norms, and dynamics that perpetuate violence, the multiple interacting elements of vulnerabilities that some people can have, where gender inequalities overlay with ethnic inequalities in others. But the research is discovering, the extremely limited channels of reporting or dealing with issues of sexual and gender-based violence. But then, on the positive, they're identifying steps that schools and communities can take in addressing the situation, how you can promote safe routes to school, raising awareness both in targeted ways, but then also in broader radio campaigns, supporting youth and their allies to identify and call out problematic behavior, training teachers, engaging ministries of education. So I think that's an area that needs a lot more work. But if we want safe schools and gender equitable schools and holistic learning, I think this is something we may need to work on some more. In terms of gender responsive and inclusive pedagogies, I think maybe what we're learning is that how much this needs to be connected in with ongoing curricular reforms and teacher training, because so many times really good moves in curriculum reforms are only partially implemented. So maybe the curriculum is there in the learning materials, but maybe not the teacher professional development, maybe not the learning assessment. So it kind of needs the full surround for that to be effective. And if we're going to try to integrate gender inclusive pedagogies and gender responsive approaches, it needs to also trickle into all of those pieces. And in a way, think about scaling as a scaling deep kind of approach. So not necessarily scaling up and out all the time, but think about how can all the different interrelated pieces for something to really take hold and be institutionalized, how can that happen? And in that, leadership is absolutely critical. And how do we support gender and inclusion and gender inclusive approaches in the leadership within schools, but then throughout the education system, enhancing pathways and support for female professionals, but also males. Because I think even while a lot of our work on gender equality can and should address the issues that girls face, we also have to think about gender diversity and the challenges facing boys, and what can we do to support positive masculinities in and through education.
No, I agree more. David, your work has looked a lot at how to nurture a growth mindset in teachers. Can you tell us what you mean by that and how it connects to equitable learning?
Yeah. And I just want to say, as a psychologist, we focus on what people believe, how they're motivated. We're kind of assuming that others are figuring out how to have good curriculum and how to have teacher training. So thank you all for all the other things you're doing, the other policies. I guess I want to say three things. The first is it's becoming clear that what teachers believe really matters. There's a great World Bank report by Svetlana Sabrawal that around 7 countries, several overlapped with the 2030 countries. And what they found is that whether teachers believe that all students are worth investing in, whether teachers believe that all students can be motivated, et cetera, matters in their instruction. For example, do they choose to provide more rigorous instruction which might cause more work for the teacher to have to explain? Or do they say, you guys aren't going to use this anyway, I'm just going to get through the kind of bare minimum? And in both the US and in our Global South studies, what we find is that teachers' everyday choices about the rigor of the curriculum, who gets remediation, who gets things explained to them, et cetera, whether open-ended questions are asked that then build on student ideas, right? Do students have ideas that are even worth continuing to interrogate or not? All of those things depend in part on teachers' beliefs. Other things as well, like time, pay, et cetera. But if you don't think it's worth investing in, then teachers don't do it. So the second thing is, okay, great. We know teachers' beliefs can matter, but in a given context, in a given culture or nation, which beliefs should you be measuring and which ones should you be changing? It turns out that answer varies a lot. And so there isn't one silver bullet questionnaire or measure that will work globally. Instead, what we've done is say, what is a process for surfacing the relevant belief in a given context? What does it look like in the network of enmeshed ideas and cultural histories and inequalities and hierarchies in that context? So we've started some work in Bangladesh. We just wrapped up with the World Bank, and we're excited to work with the Pakistan group here. We'd love to partner perhaps some other nation groups with 2030 to say, what does mindset look like for teachers at different grade levels and different subject areas? What are the limiting beliefs? And for example, in Bangladesh, it wasn't the belief that some kids are smart and other kids aren't. It was the belief that some kids morally aren't motivatable, that they haven't learned from their parents or their neighborhood the idea of hard work. And because they haven't, they're going to be backbenchers for the rest of their lives. So there's no use in me teaching to the bottom third that's in the back, right? So that's what it looks like in that context. What does that belief look like in other contexts? The third thing is, okay, in a world where you know a locally relevant belief, how do you change that? Well, teachers are given an enormous list of things they're supposed to do, whether it's social and emotional learning or character education or holistic education or yada, yada, right? It's like us when we're bombarded with health advice. Is coffee good for you? Is it bad for you? Is chocolate good for you? Should I have red wine or, should I have port or whatever? The advice changes every week. And there's an enormous list of things that are supposedly good for your kids. And how do you give one motivational priority? What we found is the idea is simplify. And if you simplify to a basic idea, like young people need and crave respect more than anything. Respect, dignity, the chance to earn prestige, to contribute. And the way you do that is by creating a classroom culture in which all young people feel as though they have a path to learning and growth and development through work in your class. It's like, as long as you don't care what people label that, they can call it whatever they want. It's the core human respect and dignity at the base of it. That's something educators in almost any country context can work with. And it's something fundamental to our human nature. So I think that's what our new experiments are doing, is saying, how do you frame an argument to a teacher in a way that's rooted in the core of dignity and respect, but uses the vocabulary that works for their social milieu? So we're really excited to keep talking about that, and I hope that we can chat with more with folks about it.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Rowan, I had a couple more follow-up questions to our panelists. Do I have time for that? Excellent. Thank you. I just wanted to check because I didn't want to shut down any of our great conversations, because we have heard a lot about the different skills and competencies that young people need to thrive. But how are we measuring those skills in ways that are meaningful? This is some of the work and something that we want to work on within the Schools 2030 initiative, equipping teachers and educators with the tools to measure what matters in their context. So I wanted to actually turn back to Tricia, and because you mentioned that some of the research coming out of KICS in East Africa is looking at this question of measurement. Yeah, I mean, what are you learning from this?
Well, so the research is ongoing, and when Bronwyn first talked to us about this panel, she said it was more than fine just to raise a whole lot of questions to guide our conversations in the day. So I'm afraid I'm going to include a lot of questions still. But there is a project that we're funding that's working in Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda on learning assessment and the assessment of 21st century skills. It's implemented by the Global eSchools Initiative in conjunction with the Regional Education and Learning Initiative, or RELI, which Schools 2030 knows very well as they co-hosted last year's Global Forum. And I'm glad that they're working together, because that means that the research is going to be able to dovetail and make sure that we're not going in unhelpful directions. The problematique of this project is that life skills training has been part of technical and vocational education, but there's not a lot of evidence on how to effectively incorporate the assessment of 21st century skills at a secondary school level. We really lack common definitions and ways of assessment. And we need to strengthen capacities of teachers, civil society, and ministries to not only assess, but really make use of the data for decision making. So one of the first things that this project did was take a look at, has anybody actually used learning assessment data for major reforms in the past? And I thought that was a nice way to start. Are we actually using the data that we have? They also mapped all the stakeholders that are involved in different kinds of assessment, from national examinations, internationally organized assessments, citizen-led assessments. And I thought that stakeholder mapping was interesting in its own way, because in the 3 countries, those are very different sets of actors who are involved. And so if you're thinking about a scaling trajectory, there's no blueprint. You have to look at each individual context to figure out who's involved. And the research showed that there's a notable lack of coordination among all of these folks. They also captured issues of assessment fatigue, especially at the school level, and really quite a high level of unawareness or confusion at the level of teachers about what are all these assessments. And so if we're talking about how to use them, there's a lot of question about that. They found very different perceptions about what we're talking about. Some are really thinking about collaboration and problem solving and critical thinking and communication. But others, and I think especially important for us to know, is that teachers' colleges, when they heard it, they heard extracurriculars like games and competitions. And that's really important for us to know about what are we aligned in what are we talking about? And others were thinking about vocational skills or technical training. So there's a lot more work to do on assessment, and I hope other people have more to say on the substance of that. But I think what I wanted to raise is kind of a number of broader issues, including about the data and the data systems. How are we carrying through our intentions of competency-based curriculum, learner-centered approaches, and inclusion into assessment? Are we thinking about that? Are there better ways of integrating all of these different types of assessment so that they're actually useful and drive learning and improvement at multiple levels from classroom on up? And how, though? We say we need to strengthen capacity, but how do you strengthen capacity from schools to classrooms to communities in accessing and using data, including the learner assessment data? Where does all this data live? Are we making the best use of all of it that we're collecting? Are a lot of it in PDFs or Excel sheets on our computers? Can we connect our data sets better? How can we link, let's say, humanitarian data sets on education with national education management information systems? Can we link relevant data that is actually collected in other sectors? Especially for ECCE issues, I know, how do we get some of that into national education or accessed by national education systems? Because we need much more powerful analysis, and we can do that if we link data sets. Are data and data systems open and interoperable so that they can be a resource for system-wide use? There's a lot of issues that connect the learning assessment data, and other issues of data systems. And this is something that I think is something that maybe we could continue to work on, and is a topic of the call for proposals that we currently have out about improving data and data systems.
Excellent, thanks. My last follow-up question is to Joe, because I understand the Prince's Trust is also thinking a lot about how you measure holistic skill development in different contexts. Can you share a bit more about what you've already learned?
Sure. So I I think having interventions that are flexible and adaptable, first of all, is really key. And as you mentioned, we're in 18 countries that we deliver our programs across, so that's really, really vital. Delivery of our programs takes place in schools and in alternative education settings, including things like youth offending institutions and so on as well. And they can be adapted to be delivered online, face-to-face, or in a blended structure to really flex to the audience and the needs of the learners as well. So we deliver all of these programs in a big variety of contexts. So, for example, in Jordan, we work very closely with our partners in Jazz, where we work on the Enterprise Challenge program, which is a green entrepreneurship program based in schools using digital and gamification to implement that learning. And it's delivered specifically to female displaced and migrant youth in this case. And we work incredibly closely here with our partners and educators to understand their particular needs and then adapt the content and teaching methods to really support this, and then build the relative impact frameworks, working really, really closely with those educators as well. Now, last year, that specific program supported over 13,500 young people. So we were able to still be able to implement these kinds of impact measurements at quite a relatively high number and get some really interesting data back from that as well. So again, really important to listen to both the young people and the educators to understand their needs and challenges, because a one-size-fits-all approach just doesn't work. And although it's hard, it's incredibly busy, often we've got deadlines, funders and things that we have to meet, but taking that time and care early on to plan really is critical for the success of this of things to come out. Some other very short examples are in Ghana, where our focus on our Achieve program was tailored to really focus on just skills for school. And that was the result of having multiple teachers focus groups across the country where we were working, and then adapting it and changing it to their needs and adding additional training resources and methodologies that they looked at. We're this year as well just about to launch our education program Achieve in Pakistan, working with young girls and those from the deaf community. So again, we'll be going through this through our design process and taking a significant amount of time to really understand that. I'd probably say that one tool that we found really useful in all of these processes has actually been teaching teachers and supporting them to use equity and equality impact assessments. And by getting them to use that tool and then recognise the adaptations and the things that need to take place has been really successful. And immediately, actually, they're the ones suggesting, how do we adapt this to this particular context? This is how we could meet that. And yeah, I'd probably say that as a small tool, it's actually had really, really big impact across our design of those programs.
Fabulous. Thank you. Now, normally we do a lightning round of last reflections. I'm going to turn back to Bronwyn to make sure that we're still, pardon me? A few, okay. You are the boss, thank you. So what I wanted to do now is just very briefly, and like literally a minute, if you can, to all of you, finally, if anybody wants to reflect on some positive examples that you've seen of promising practices, good policies, or research evidence that is making a real contribution to advancing inclusive and equitable learning and skilling pathways for young people. So not everybody has to respond, but if you have, like, if there's something more that you wanted to say about this, very briefly, please.
I don't know if I have an example that's positive, but what I'd like to say is, from the work that I've been doing with Generation Unlimited in the last 3 to 4 years, really working with young people and trying to understand their mindset and where they're coming from, that I think that we need to be bolder in how we actually work with young people, because I think that they have really, and I go back to what Webin said earlier on, they're the experts of their situation. And very quickly, they are becoming the bigger population, particularly in the global south. And they are not involved in, determining how their world is going to be like, or how it's going to work, or how it's going to operate. So I think in Generation Unlimited, we're very quickly learning that the opportunities we're creating with and for young people are actually in some ways seen as threatening. And we have systems that have been set a certain way. We have education curriculum, pedagogy that has been set a certain way. Been doing research for donkey years, etc. And yet we're not seeing the kind of change that the world needs to see for us to address the massive challenges that are in the world. So I think for me, the challenge to Schools 2030 is how more intentional can we be in terms of including these young people in this journey that we're taking. And yesterday at our table, we were talking about, teachers are one of our greatest assets. But we also know that by 2030, we need at least 66 million more teachers to come into the system. Where are we going to get those teachers? And if you look by and large at the average age of teachers, in many contexts, it's 44 years old. They were trained in a completely different dispensation. Young people don't want to come into that profession. How are we going to encourage young people to understand that they're really assets that we need and we need to work with so that we're able to gradually or even more quickly change the education system so that it becomes more adaptable, more flexible, more nimble. So that's something I wanted to put onto the table.
Fabulous thought, thanks. David.
Something short, brief. I mean, fundamentally, a lot of what we're talking about is educational change. And I think a fundamental issue in educational change is that professionals have to change the way that they do things, which means professional learning. Professional learning is incredibly hard to accomplish, right? We can mandate universal education for children, and then they have to learn math facts and so on. But for adults, like, we often have so much discretion over what we choose to learn and how we do our jobs that it's just so challenging. And I think that 13 years ago, we started the first networked improvement communities at the Carnegie Foundation. We brought together design thinking from Stanford and then network improvement science. And it was a community college reform. I would say the biggest lesson from that is that it's very, very hard to have people both be creating what the new innovation is and making up the data assessment system of what's going to tell them whether it's working. Because if they love the new way that they introduced the math lesson, then they're like, oh, well, I don't believe the data because I really love this thing I created, right? Or a lot of times the data they believe, but it's not specifically tied to something that they did in the classroom. So they don't, it's just so ambiguous. So cycles of learning for busy professionals is super hard. And I think that is just a fundamental issue that I didn't even see Tony and the rest of the Carnegie Foundation group figure out. We never figured out in those initial groups. And I think that that's something that every group is going to have to wrestle with. Where we are headed now with thinking about teacher mindsets is the idea that at a minimum, you can put people in a space where they're open to learning and experimenting, where they're not feeling talked down to or told what to do by authorities. And we do that by calling teachers fellows, and we pay them, and we make it an honor to be a tinkerer in your classroom. But if you don't do something like that, then people feel it's mandated, feel like they don't have time, and then there's all these problems where the data are not aligned with what they tried. So that's just it's not an example of a positive example necessarily. It's more like a concern that many of us are probably wrestling with, but it has to be engineered so that we can address it.
Yeah, no, such an important point. Darius, would you like to make a final contribution?
So, eu acho que temos que olhar para
I
exemplos.
think we have to look at examples, at what's already done, and think about what is well done, what is done well. There's a great number of schools following different paths. different from traditional, and in many of them, we invest on knowing how to be. Not necessarily knowledge, but the person. We are important. A better person is a better professional. So this is one of the aspects. There are many other. We talk about how classes are taught. There are many schools where you can observe the variety of options provided to students on how to do things, how to study, how to deliver results, which is what we want in the end. It doesn't matter whether it's a test or an oral presentation or a project. A project can take a whole year. And we will be doing something throughout the year, following steps, doing research. In tests, we spend all the year behind a table with books in front of us, copying things, making summaries. We can learn a lot from what we do. And there are people doing it well. It should be highlighted.
Yeah. Joe, Tricia, you're good? All right. I know we're officially over time, so I could sit up here with all of you all morning, but we do have a further schedule. So I just wanted to ask everybody for another round of applause for our wonderful panelists. Thank you all very much.
No, please go ahead.
So it was lucky for me to be here. It was really tough to choose who of us would come here, but I think we should be here next time too. And we think we should be more, and we should have more time here. And I don't want an applause for me. I want to call everybody, every student that worked with us, to come here and show that we did something and we want to do even more. And I want an applause for them too.
This was not only finding solutions, but it was also
looking for the meaning inside of questions and what we could do. And it was just amazing. Everybody was part of it. There was nothing. There were students that wanted and still want things to change, and they want to be heard, and we want answers, we want change, we want to be part of it, we want to have a voice on it, and thank you very much.
Wow, what a fantastic panel, and thank you so much as well to all the young people for coming up and sharing the work that they've been doing together over the past 2 days. Now, Schools 2030 has schools right in the title, but actually we don't only work in formal schools. We also work in many, many of our countries with youth outside of formal settings or outside of their classrooms. And I'd like to invite to the stage now 3 of our educators who work in non-formal education spaces to share some of the work that they've been doing. They're going to be joined on stage by the wonderful Halima Shaban, who leads Schools 2030 in Kenya, and also Tara Painter from Global Affairs Canada. Please come to the stage. Thank you so much.
Okay. Hey, everyone.
Just giving you a couple of minutes to grab your translation devices because one of our participants will be presenting in Portuguese. There we go. Perfect. We're gonna need an extra table. They are you, they got loads to share. Good? Okay, perfect. Okay. So hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're excited to be here for the third and final showcase. Yay! And I just want to start off by what Darius said. We want change, we want power, we want to be part of it. And so hopefully the presentations that our young people share will be bringing their voices to that. So it's my honor to introduce the three youth who have been designing for and with the youth. We'll be starting with Diego Duarte from Cieja Campo Limpo. I hope I didn't murder that. Okay, perfect. Who'll be followed by Alfred Sigo, who's the founder for Pwani Youth Network from Kenya. And then finally, Jamila Mayanja. You're familiar with Jamila, she was here on the first day. So Jamila is the founder of Smart Girls from Uganda as well. So they'll be sharing with us their innovations, their stories of change around innovations in informal settlements with girls and basically around youth who are looking for a place to belong. So bringing the voices for those youth to the stage today. They'll be looking to us, to you and I, to this community to support them, move them forward, to support them learn more and more and more. Specifically, we will have Tara Painter from Global Affairs Canada, hopefully pulling it all together once we are done and sharing what Global Affairs Canada is doing around alternative pathways to education, but also linking that practice to the system. So without further ado, I know you don't want to listen to me go on and on. Diego, welcome.
Bom dia.
Good morning. I'm delighted to be here presenting to this audience. Please put your headphones so that you can follow me. Good morning. I would like to thank the global program team, Schools 2030, that allowed us to come here for organizing this event and the program in Brazil that chose us from 6 schools that have practices as good as ours. I'm Diego Elias, and I'm here on stage, being aware that I'm not alone. As a Black man, I represent 54% of the Brazilian population, with a total that exceeds 210 million inhabitants, of which 11 million are illiterate, and 98 million haven't finished basic schooling. However, I'm here sharing with you the experience as the general coordinator of Cieja Campo Limpo, an educational center for young adults that completed its 25th anniversary of struggle for quality education within the municipal teaching network of São Paulo. We have 1,059 learners from the age of 15 that have not completed basic education, 70 workers and teachers, and we work from 7 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. with our doors open for anyone to come in. And in an extremely violent territory, this is considered very brave. We are based on the principles of Paulo Freire, an intellectual recognized all over the world for his ideas on the pedagogy of the oppressed and pedagogy of deliverance. He expresses that no one learns alone. We learn in a process of relationship with the others, and we are mediated by the world. That education does not change the world. The education changes people, and people change the world. And education is a gesture of love. From these ideas, we have a proposal for a curriculum based on life, where the young adult culture is respected and increased through collaborative, mediated processes in order to solve daily life problems, where the subject structure was changed so that they reflect on the mathematics of life, on their electrical bill, the family budget, the reduction of the interest rate of the credit card, and where learning should be considered from the relationship with the other and as a change through a life project. Our territory is part of Capão Redondo, the southern area, one of the most violent places of the city. In the 90s, it was considered one of the most dangerous places in the world because we had more murders than deaths in war zones. Throughout our 25 years of activity, we faced several challenges: urban segregation, social and racial disparities. However, there are other hindrances for the education of young adults that we try to overcome, such as a school dropout process, when young people look for jobs to try to provide for their family, lack of interest for the studies, involvement with crime, teenage pregnancy, and lack of discipline. Banking education that disconnects life from education because we are in a violent place and because young and adult education is not considered a priority in the educational context. And to highlight our work, I'm going to share with you two symbolic stories that express the reality of our learners. Bringing their voice is also the main motto of this event. I was born on the 15th of March, 1969, in Itaquaquecetuba. I'm the descendant of slaves and Indians. My father was from Bahia. My mother was a Spanish. My grandparents was a black one and an indigenous. My mother came from Spain in a clandestine boat with my grandparents. When I was 2 years old and my older sister, she was 12, she put poison in her food and left us. My father raised us until I was 8. I wanted to study, but I was always very poor. I did not have a uniform to go to school, but one day I got one. But I didn't have the shoes, and my sisters were very big. I only went to school 3 days. On the 4th day, the teacher put me out of the classroom. That day, I felt very bad. I cried a lot. I went home and I told my father. He told me that he was going to teach me to read what he knew. From then on, I worked in everything. I worked a lot and I didn't miss reading. Time went by, and once someone told me I was illiterate, I discovered that I needed to study. And at Ciejo Campo Limpo, I found a healing for my wounds. This was said by Dona Ivanilde, 56, a neighborhood activist who was outside of the classroom for 35 years. Second report. I'm from Nordeste, from the smaller state of Brazil. So far, the poverty index is very high, but even in that very small community, we were able to be the poorest family. My siblings and I studied until the 4th grade. Before arriving at Cieja, I was talking to some bartender friends of mine, and I told them, I want to study, I want to get out of here. And they told me, brother, look at your skin, you're black. You are in São Paulo. You have to thank God because you're working here. in a different restaurant, you would have to be back there in the kitchen. Hearing these words, I arrived in Sieja. After 1 month being here, the company I was working with fired me, and so I only studied. I was living in a one-bedroom apartment without a kitchen. And so I came to Siege, I took my coffee, I spent a good part of my time there. I took a book home, 2 or 3 books per week. I brought the summaries. And when the teacher entered the room and said, for those of you in the last year, there will be a competition for a student inspector. Would anyone like to apply? And I said yes. And we had computing classes, but I was not in that stage yet. I was just learning how to turn the computer on and move the mouse. The teacher enrolled me, and after that, I was able to be approved in that competition. This is report number 2 of our former study, Rodrigo, who after 10 years became a worker, an employee at Sieja because he completed basic schooling in there. From the structural challenges that were mentioned in these reports, and from the characteristics of our audience, we established different strategies to express our work, such as a curricular proposal for an adult audience. And there aren't many experiences like this here, because when we talk about teaching, you refer to children and young people. You do not assume that in the adult world, such as in the case of São Paulo, that we have, for example, in Brazil, 11 million illiterate people that cannot benefit from society because they lack their education. So we started working towards the community with social and cultural and indigenous movements to build an educating environment in a green and welcoming environment, considering the city as an educational environment. And after the recognition of the Schools 2030 program and in the interaction with our internal researcher, we chose as main characteristics of our work the welcoming practices and empathy and cooperation as tools that I'm sharing with you today. In the welcoming practices, such as empathy, we consider that we need to have our open gates for our community with a feeling that they want to participate autonomously in the learning process and they don't want to be forced to be there. A personal service with reception in every environment, sharing success stories for the learning process. Our meals necessarily should be taken together. And several of our activities should be open to the community as well. And we should think and rethink about the welcoming learning environment for everyone who reaches us. About the collectivity and collaboration, we consider as most important our tables. They are collective, they are not individual. We learn together. And this was decided in a meeting among the students. And it's in the around the table that we have a joint learning process. And we organize meetings, moments when the community as a whole decides the direction of the school, such as amounts, problems, solutions. The decision-making process on what the students may have to learn are chosen by the community. The collective training of the group of teachers is not one person that is responsible, but rather the whole group that decides what they want to study. Joint activities with territorial movements. We called into the community other movements so that they cooperate in our learning process. The results of this process and of this work are not often measured by statistics or quantitative data, but rather by qualitative data processes. We have people who get in there to learn how to read and write, and when they find this autonomous and freeing activity, they go ahead, they finish their schooling, they go to university, and even after their 50s or 60s, they become teachers, public agents, health agents, neighborhood activists, and so on and so forth. The increase of certification of middle schooling, the search for citizenship through documents, social rights, and government programs, the autonomy of the reading and writing process for the reskilling in the labor market. And with this presentation and with the forum today, and throughout these days, I would like to share with you a dream that through our practices, we may reach a long life in the project, but also the main mission that I have here today, that is welcoming and collaboration dynamics can be embedded in every project so that they become collective projects. Let's do this change together. And to wrap up, so that you understand a little bit better what the influence of the individual in the transformation of the collective, I'm going to ask you to stand up, please. A simple action, however, full of representativeness, with one finger, two fingers, three fingers, four fingers, five fingers, and I hope that we are rain to water tomorrow's garden. The rain is getting here. Thank you.
That was amazing. Way to get a standing ovation as he's walking out. Thank you so much, Diego, and thank you so much for what Siege is doing, just providing that oasis for youth and young adults within that violence and the many challenges that they're facing. Another round of applause for him. Okay, and now we cross the globe to Kenya. Alfred, what do you have for us? Okay. I think we may have some teams here, some football happening. Perfect.
Jambo. Aha. So my name is Alfred Siegel. I am the CEO and the founder of a youth network called Pwan Youth Network. We work across 6 subnationals in Kenya, that is 6 counties in the Kenyan coast. I am here to present a case of what we've been able to do in the slums of Bangladesh, and our innovation is supporting young people to make healthy choices using Schools2030 strategy. So, what is Pwan Youth Network? Pwan Youth Network is a network that works with young people, and our vision is a Kenyan youth progress and prosper, and our mission is to inspire the dreams of the Kenyan youth. Our project or our innovation is Change Makers for Life project, and specifically, we were working in one of the informal settlements that is a slum in Kenya. Specifically, the slum is called Bangladesh. Of course, not the India Bangladesh, but Bangladesh as part of Mombasa. I'm just clarifying that so that I may be in context. So, That slum is a home to more than 50,000 families, and we have more than 4,000 young learners in that slum. The slum has 4 community schools and 1 government school, and none of those schools have a library in it, so students are always disadvantaged to have learning materials and other materials for them to access while they are learning. What are some of the challenges? Number 1 challenge is, as you can see, inadequate digital skills for the learners, drugs and substance abuse, poor parental upbringing, and no safe learning space, and schools do not have cultural responsive books. As I shared at first, we do not even have a library. So even the books that are in those schools are not really cultural responsive. And what did we do? We began by doing stakeholders mapping, and specifically, we had a one-on-one engagement with parents, youths living within the community, the students themselves, a teacher, and lastly, I'm glad to be having one of the social movers in the room that we worked with, Wevi. Thank you so much. So at our explore stage, we realized that it's important for us to get the facts, get to know how do we actually come up with a mitigation or a solution to the challenges affecting the students. And we realized that if teacher Fred, who is one of the teachers in the community school, is empowered to offer life skill lessons to these young people in school, then the young people can be able to have high self-esteem. But not only in school, we realized that also after school, we needed to come up with an intervention, and specifically to create after-school program for these young people. And that is when we went through the 3 stages. We defined, we tested, and then we proved our testing by ensuring that the young people are engaged in all these processes. We began by getting what the young people would want to propose, tested that in the schools that we wanted to work with, and lastly, we proved that by creating a community library for these young people in Bangladesh. Some of the theses were that these young people, or assumptions, were that these young people will actually utilize the community space that we'll be able to create. The teachers will be empowered enough to offer life skills sessions for these young people in school. And lastly, with the use of cultural responsive books for the community, it will actually create high self-esteem for these young people. And how did we test our thesis? We began by actually bringing in 2 dolls, one that was black and one that was white. And we tested it by giving these to these young people and asking them, which doll is powerful, or which one do you guys want? Of course, the answer is, as you all know, most of them decided to select the other one that did not look like them, because they believed that that one was much superior than the black doll. And that one helped us realize that we needed to have cultural responsive learning materials for these young people, in terms of books, in terms of dolls, in terms of other learning items, so that we can help them raise their self-esteem. And these are some of the books that have formed part of our community library. As you can all see, we believe that after empowering Mr. Fred with the right information for them to offer life skills lessons to these young people in school, and then we as an institution, as educationists who are working with them as after-school program, then we could create a better learning environment for them, but also help them raise their self-esteem as after-school program. And how did we do it? We use culture, art, presentation, sports for them to be engaged as after-school learning. This is just one of the pictures of our sporting activity that we engage these young people in the slums. And this is part of our intervention for them to learn and also raise their self-esteem. And now, the picture that you are seeing, this is now the community space. that we are using cultural responsive learning materials as after-school program. And for us, it was not just about learning in school, but it is so important for us to also have an after-school program. And why are we doing this? Parents, mostly in the informal settlements, are busy trying to make ends meet. So having the young learners gain knowledge beyond school and also engaging them beyond school meant a lot, not only to the parents, but also the young learners, as it will be an after-school program for them. What were some of the expected impacts? Is that the teachers within those schools that we will be reaching will be empowered enough to be offering life skills session as part of their day-to-day learning for these young learners. The second thing is, by creating this community library with cultural responsive books, then young learners will have access to books, not only books that are in school, but books like storybooks and also picture books for these young learners. The third thing is having cultural responsive books that are co-created with the children themselves will actually help them raise their self-esteem, and probably in future we may have writers or potential writers within the group. And of course, the last one is by collaborating with other youth groups like the Isirika and also faculties from CSD-UDH in California, will be able to help them create animation and also cultural responsive dolls for the children that they can relate with. Why did we choose this? We chose this specific intervention because we wanted, first of all, to raise the self-esteem of these young people, but two, to help the young learners realize their full potential as they learn through the after-school program. So this is the community space that is in Bangladesh, and I hope you can see the happy faces of the young people in Bangladesh telling myself, yeah, be the change you want to see. And this is just a pictorial of the community space that we use art for the young learners. We also use arts whereby they create items for play, and we also engage them through community performances as part of after-school program. We use dance, of course, to create the momentum and to build their self-esteem. And of course, lastly, we use art material, and specifically, as you can all see, we use cultural responsive books that have been able to bring some to this conference so that you can be able to see why are we using cultural responsive books that are pictorials that have been co-created with these young people. Some of the evidence of our impact. We've created the micro library that is serving more than 1,000 young people on a monthly basis within the community. We are currently creating animation for the young people, of course, through their suggestion and through what they want. We are creating cultural responsive books with the children, and specifically books that they can relate with and they are creating to enhance their learning. We've empowered the teachers to offer life skills sessions for them, and we've also seen an improvement in their performance in the 5 schools that we work in. My closing reflections is that if we partner with community members, teachers, and also the learners, we can actually achieve a lot out of class as part of the learning. We are developing partnership with LA schools. You know the challenges in Los Angeles about guns, children. So we are currently collaborating with children in Los Angeles to create cultural responsive books that they can be using in both ends, both in Bangladesh slums and also in Los Angeles. One Youth Network is partnering with Baldwin School, also in Los Angeles, to collect books and to create pen pal that will connect the students in Los Angeles and the students in Bangladesh, helping create cross-learning for these young learners. And lastly, we have bilingual digital PayPal program for these young people. As I close this part of my presentation, I want to say that I want to ask the audience in this room today, how can we continue to improve learning conditions for students beyond classrooms? Because it is very vital and it helps connect learning both in school and out of school. And the last thing, how can we collaborate to build more micro-libraries in the Kenyan coast that have cultural responsive books? I welcome you all to join me because I strongly believe that no matter where you come from, your dream is valid. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And just building on what we have been talking about during the
Obrigada. Ouvimos falar nos últimos 3 dias que as crianças não existem apenas na comunidade ou na comunidade. Temos de estabelecer este triângulo com aquilo que acontece em casa, com a comunidade, com os pais, para fazermos um trabalho em conjunto. E isto é um lugar fantástico onde podem ler e divertir-se. Sempre que eu vou lá, não quero sair. Muito obrigada.
Least, Jamila, Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. It's the last day. Disclaimer, this is Jamila Mayanja. People have been confusing with one of my mentors, Janat. Can she stand up and everybody knows that's her? And, and this is me. That's why today I put on a turban so that you can see my beautiful features. And shows that features. So anyway, I'm here to tell you about our story on using human-centered design and how Schools 2030 has really helped us. And we've really gone deeper and deeper, and you're going to see what I mean and what I was sharing on the first day. So the problem here is data shows that 53% of girls aged between 6 and 12 usually do not finish primary school. That is 53%. So if we have all of you guys here, almost half of the room of girls in Uganda do not finish primary 7. And only 22.5% of those 53% actually go to secondary school. Can you imagine? So already half of you are not going to secondary school, and again, half of you do not go back to secondary school. You understand what I'm saying? And this leads them to vulnerable situations, gender-based violence, early marriages, drug abuse, sex work, and it becomes quite a problem because in Uganda, almost 80% of Uganda's population is below the age of 30. It's a very young population. And already when they're in the school, when they get a little bit of education, they're told they need to get into studies that are more art-related. So that becomes a problem. Girls like Sharifa, who is in purple, was married off at the age of 14 because her parents wanted to get the dowry from her marriage so they could take the boys in her family in school. So we met Sharifa in that state. Then Hope, really her mother wanted, she was raised by a single mother, so the mother did not have enough money to take her beyond S4 and preferred her to put her in tailoring skills. I do not say tailoring skills are bad, but Hope was really, really good at physics and math when she was in started her secondary school. And then girls like Brittany. When I met Brittany, she was being paraded by her single mother in the salon she was working at because her mother wanted her to attract a husband because she did not have any more money to take care of Brittany. So we used still human-centered design to think how might we help girls like Sharifa, like Hope, like Brittany to help them live a healthy and sustainable lifestyle. And that's when we came up with our Girls with Tools skilling program. This is a program we came up to skill vulnerable girls in male-dominated, non-traditional STEM skill sets. Skills like mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, welding, carpentry, building, and construction. People ask me, what is my background to do this? I just like challenging status quo. And people believing that girls, even if out of school, you can still skill them to be very valuable people in society and to be able to create a sustainability for themselves. So, but our biggest number when I was launching this program was mostly in the mechanical and the electro engineering kind of skills. So this is one of our classes where the girls are actually learning mechanical engineering, but you will see in the picture very clearly, there are some boys still using a little bit of human-centered design. We target 80% girls and 20% boys, because you can't empower a girl without empowering the boy child. Because when we had started the program and we're empowering the girls, some of them who are married to what we call the border men, or some of their men, would actually telling them they're training you to beat us up. So we decided to also enroll boys who we call our smart boys, and who will proudly tell you we are skilled under the Girls with Tools. We make sure that is Brittany, if you can see, she's now an expert at explaining all the tools and all the parts within the car. She's been hired with one of the garages in the city. We make sure the girls are actually graduated, fully certified by the government. We take them on either with or without education. And so the government in Uganda has certification for hands-on skilling for those who don't have education background, and UBTEP for those that have an education background. To date, we've been able to skill more than 300 young girls. And oh my God, if you see them at their graduation, it is so beautiful. I'm a suck of purple, that's why you see a lot of purple. So, but still going deeper and using HCD, human-centered design, we assessed another problem. Some of the girls we had actually been able to certify and graduate and were already working in their fields, we noticed some of them were facing a challenge in actually practicing those skills, mostly the ones in mechanical engineering and electrical engineering, because skilling is quite expensive in these skill sets, and even practicing them is even more expensive because the tools you need to practice in making sure you do a job are expensive. Some of the girls, like Brittany I showed you, when she tried to get a job, she did not have the tools. And I remember she came back and told us, one of the men told her, why did they even skill you in this skill set when you do not have the tools? So she was shunned. So we decided to dig deeper. How might we be able to help the alumni access affordable tools in the field? That is one of our other girl, Angela, who was practicing in the field with one of the mechanics, and she actually did not have the tools to actually practice the mechanical engineering. So using HCD solutions and digging deeper, we also innovated what we call our tools library. So this is a library, thank you Schools2030 in Uganda, who helped us equip and also buy tools for the girls to come and borrow, the alumni. So they come and borrow the tools 2 to 3 days, they need to actually do that job. And through the tools library, we also added so that we can look for already existing people in the field to mentor them when they're in their field. And we made sure that when they have the skills, they are now accessing the tools within our library, and they borrow them for a year. And we have literally an administrator that follows them up to know which job they're doing, how long it will take, to remind them to return the tools, and forth and forth, like a library, what our person was talking about, but now it's for tools. And they've successfully been able to do this, as you can see down there with the box where we keep the tools. We also make sure we have them labeled and well working. And we make sure also for sustainability, we have the community garages nearby that come and borrow the tools at a cost, so that it helps us also get some money to buy more tools. Jackie here was using the tools to try and actually solve a tire problem. And we have a team, that one is amazing. She's always under the car, and she had just borrowed some of the tools to work on a car in one of the places in her community. Again, I love human-centered design. When you think you've solved the problem, and alas, there's another problem to discover. So we discovered at our skilling center, for the girls who are already now studying, we have both boarding and day, and some of the day scholars come from quite remote areas, and some of them do not have the money to actually come to our skilling center. So we discovered some of them, like Ruth there. Oh, that girl is amazing. She's a teenage mother who unfortunately was raped during COVID time, but she is so practical, but she does not have enough transport to come at the skilling center during the practical days. So we assessed whenever we could, kept on assessing if she knew the skills we're giving her. And the data was showing us she always practically missed a few days to come at the skilling center because she did not have the money to always walk back and forth. Or if she came, she was actually coming very late at the skilling center. Our solution, I told you about this, the class on wheels. So this is a solution we came up literally recently using human-centered design to take the class to the girls like Ruth within their communities. So we organize whatever car we have, put up a toolboxes, some of our teachers and some of our alumni, and go to the communities where Ruth comes from. And then we teach the girls like Ruth within their communities, but also to show off some of our girls who have graduated to the community to appreciate that these jobs are also possible for girls. And there are also some men who work with them to show that they can actually do these jobs. This was really exciting. And we go on to also teach them about tech. They pull all the community to teach them. And it has also helped us attract the community to give them jobs within their community setting. So the Class on Wheels is our recent other solution we are launching within the Girls with Tools. Our dream and call to action is to have all partners within the room to actually work with us to make sure we have this access to every young girl in the continent. We dream of starting an online marketplace to market all the girls within their jobs to attract more work within them. Recently, right now, I have a team from Dartmouth University, young girls from the Thayer Engineering School that are in the country right now doing a project within my girls to show that, yes, because they're out of school, their skills are worth something. They're working with them to develop a solar heating system in another university. You can imagine. And then I'm working with BCIT Canada to try and see if we can develop a fellowship where I could get girls who are lucky in Canada to have all this equipment to come with my girls so that they can solve solutions within their settings in the community that are engineering solutions. So youth being out of school is not meaning that they're failed, they're useless. We can still skill them to be more valuable than us who have a lot of books. So you can work with us, you can work with all these partners to make sure we make and change the world. When you empower a girl, you empower the whole nation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jamila, not Janat. Got it. Thank you so much for the good work you're doing with the smart girls and boys. And I loved how you just she really brought home the fact that human-centered design is a process, it's a journey. It doesn't end. We learn, we iterate, and that came out so well. And I can't imagine where you'll be at 2 months from now. You'll probably be telling me, now you're girls on the moon or something. Okay, and so lastly, Tara, welcome. If you could share your insights on the wonderful initiatives that have been shared by the three youth. They're just a representation of many youth that are out there that are designing, that are innovating for the out-of-school space, for alternative pathways. If you could share your insights from a system perspective, from a donor perspective, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Thanks so much. We all know we are in a global education crisis, so it actually feels like quite a privilege to hear all the work that you are doing across the world to ensure that all children and youth have access to education. So thank you so much. Coming from a donor organization, I was asked to reflect on how your work in regards to alternative pathways to education can impact and change systems, which is quite a big question and a difficult question. Because when I think about education systems myself, when I think about the system, a donor system that I am part of, for example, they are difficult to navigate, they are difficult to understand, they are difficult to access. And I would say they're not optimal in regards to pivoting quickly to ensure that we are supporting the education needs of all children. However, I think one possible simple next step to shift systems is to start with discussions. And discussions that include varied voices, experience, and knowledge to help us develop more inclusive policies and programming. So one example I wanted to mention from the organization that I work with, Global Affairs Canada, in which I wanted to highlight that access to safe, quality, inclusive education is a priority for Canada globally. So as part of Canada's Together for Learning campaign, which is a campaign that focuses on ensuring that children, displaced children in particular, have access to education. So that includes refugees, displaced populations, and their host communities, again, ensuring they have access to quality, inclusive, and safe education. And as part of this campaign, we developed the Refugee Education Council. This includes youth from across the world and teachers that have lived experience around displacement and the importance of education has had on their journey. So this has been a group that has come together and informs us and even our minister, Canada's Minister of International Development, on what we should be doing in this space. So I think going back to my original suggestion of discussions, this is one small example, and it's simple, but it's a way that discussions can help us shift and change policies to be more inclusive. So beyond that example, that what we've done in Canada, I want to mention that Schools 2030, I think, is also a really important avenue to start these discussions. And I think what's important for me, and probably so many of you, is that I'm going to take the learnings from these discussions, for example here, back to my organization and really think thoughtfully, how can I integrate the lessons and what I'm hearing here into my work? So really quickly, to highlight some of the things that I think I have learned from all of you here. So Diego, I think, number one, you mentioned collective responsibility, that all of us have a collective responsibility. So in the work that you're doing, but us as a whole have a collective responsibility to ensure that all have access to education. And I also wanted to mention through your program too, that I think you highlighted the importance that it's not only about learning foundational literacy and numeracy, but it's also that well-being element, ensuring people feel welcomed and a part of something more broader. Alfred, I think, when I think about the work that you are doing, so not only are you creating safe learning spaces, but you are integrating sort of, and what you said, culturally appropriate, varied interventions, because as we know, all children don't learn or youth like the same things. So the idea of a varied interventions, whether it's sports, art, the library, it allows people sort of to engage in learning in whichever way they think is important. So that idea of varied interventions. And Jamila, I think number one, wow, how wonderful to think that actually your interventions around skilling can actually change societal norms in of itself. Wonderful. But I also think what's really important about this work that you're doing is that you're thinking through not only allowing skills to be shared, but ensuring that the skills can be used. So taking a step further in regards to that and making sure, again, the skills are being used. So thank you again for your work. I think also what's really important, and I hope we all think the same thing, is that we bring forward the learnings that we have, again, through these discussions to the global forums that we are engaging in too, so around system change. So we think about the upcoming Rewired Summit, we think about the work that's happening around the global initiatives after the Transforming Education Summit. Again, how can we think about bringing forward the learnings from the discussions that we've had here into those global spaces to make system change? So I'm going to leave you with one last thought, and it's really inspired, Diego, from what you did around the fingers, about 1 finger to 5 fingers. Is system change, for me and maybe a lot of us, can feel quite daunting. However, if we broke it down and we thought about all of us committing to taking one learning from this forum to our discussions that we have back in our systems that we work in, and to think differently and innovatively to shift the systems that we work in, imagine collectively what we could do to change systems. So thank you so much for allowing me to be part of this panel, to hear the discussions, and more generally to be part of Schools 2030. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tara. Another round of applause for this wonderful team. Thank you, everyone. I know we're a little over time, but our invitation to you is to make the most of the remaining. This is the last day. So follow up on that conversation, that insightful innovation you really wanted, that person you wanted to talk to. Just drop them a chat on the app or something. So make the most of the rest of the forum. Take the learnings that you have and take the conversations beyond the forum and the other meetings that we have. So from my team and myself, enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you for having us.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. Yay! We're almost there, and I know it's been a very busy and jam-packed 2.5 days, but you have a real treat in store for you this afternoon, because we have some very, very strong panels coming up, full of all sorts of rich ideas and discussion. But before I hand over for that, we have a poll and survey plug once more. So can I just get the poll up there? Thank you so much. So if you can please pick up your phones, go into the app, and click on polls. We have a poll that's designed to follow up from the poll we did at the beginning of day one, to help us track any change, hopefully positive change, that's happened for everybody over the last few days. So the first question is, please give up to 2 words to describe your experience at the Global Forum. And hopefully that's appearing for everybody on their app. Up to 2 words. Oh, now things are starting to appear here for me. Oh, love. That's a nice word to see up there. Inspiring, engaging. Engaging is definitely, I think, the first word I would use. Great. Inspiring seems to continue being the big one. And I know I was so inspired this morning. Those educators from Brazil and Kenya and Uganda, weren't they incredible? I thought that was just 3 such inspiring stories. And I think we don't think enough about all of the important work that's done outside of school when we think about skill development and learning. Great. Well, I mean, inspiring and engaging are still the top 2 as they've been from the beginning. So thanks very much for putting that in, and we'll take a close look at that again with our evaluation team. But let's move on now to just a couple more questions, and they're the ranking questions, similar to what we did at day one. So the first question, you remember on day one, we asked you around your comfort level, engaging with different kinds of stakeholders, and actually comfort levels were pretty high. And I said, boy, that's a high baseline. It's going to be hard for us to push above that. But let's try again and see. So please rank 1 to 5, 1 being low, 5 being high, your comfort with engaging with different stakeholders in your context or even here across the forum. Has there been any difference? Do you feel any higher degree of comfort? Any more, opportunities for engagement? Is it not showing up? No, let me try that one again then. Okay, I definitely think there's been some positive movement, as we have well over half of the people giving a ranking of 5. So that's fantastic news. I was worried, I'm not going to lie. I thought, that's too good, the baseline. The end line will never get us there. We can't make that kind of positive change in 2.5 days. But it turns out you can. With 200 plus committed people in a room, you can make positive change in 2.5 days. Great, I'll just leave that open for maybe 10 more seconds for anyone to input that hasn't had an opportunity to yet. But great to see that we've made some differences and some changes. And just 2 more questions, and they're all ranking questions as well. I'll stop that one and open that. Somebody wants me to finish soon. Okay, then the next question that I have hopefully has appeared now on the app for you. Did the presentations by teachers change your mind at all? Now, at the beginning, you'll remember we asked what kind of words do you associate with teachers in your context? And we had a lot of very positive words, but has anything about the presentations from teachers changed your perspective as them as experts in education, as education leaders? Is it? That's funny because that's the words, and the poll is changing in front of me. Okay, and then one final one, and then we'll close. Stop that one. Thank you for your patience with this. And then final question, 1 to 5. To what extent was the most important question you had brought with you to the forum, to what extent was that addressed? So you may remember, if you did the survey on day one, that we asked you, what is the question really burning in your mind that you really want to see answered when you come to the forum? And we'd like to know, to what extent did you feel that was answered? Or to what extent does it remain unanswered? It's not there, but it says it is on mine, and it's changing on mine. That's okay. At least some people seem to be able to access it, so hopefully that's good. Great, and I hope even if you're not able to answer on the poll, you can answer in your head, in your mind, in your heart, the extent to which it was answered or not answered, or perhaps you have new questions that have emerged that we can bring with us to our next forum in Kyrgyzstan in 2024. And with that thought about looking ahead to what we have in store, I'm going to close off that poll. Thank you very much, and hand over the afternoon's activities to the wonderful Andy Cunningham.
Here we go. This is the final round of the Schools 2030 Global Forum. We are getting ready to rumble. Can you rumble with me? No. I'm going to see 1, 2, 3 rumble, and you're going to stomp your feet, you're going to clap your hands, and you might even yelp, okay? 1, 2, 3, rumble! There we go. There we go. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to one of the final plenaries before the closing ceremony of the Schools 2030 Global Forum. Over the last 3 days, you have reimagined the future of more inclusive schools, equitable education systems, and pluralistic learning societies. Whether it was from the ministerial, school, donor, researcher, teacher, civil society, or youth perspectives, you have reimagined education systems that can be more responsive, relevant, and rich in learning differences, learning variability, and learning beauty. It's what, as others have said, makes us human. Over the last 3 days, you've done 3 things. You, as a Schools 2030 movement, got technical, and you got technical fast. You discussed the future of assessment, pedagogy, and policy transformation. Seeing baseline and endline data about the areas of collaboration and creativity in the context of Afghanistan on that first day, and seeing the growth in scores, it's a challenge to all of us in the field of measurement. It is asking us the question, why do we care about what we can measure rather than measure what we care about? I would like to have a huge round of applause for the Afghanistan team for leading the way of holistic measurement and quality education. Second, over the last 3 days, you as the Schools 2030 Global Movement got personal. Not that person. You shared stories of tremendous hardship in some of the most challenging learning environments in the world, but also of enduring resilience in helping children and young people learn against all odds. Whether it was building confidence to lead young girls in the rural mountains of Pakistan, or building a movement of multilingual student-run newspapers in India, you made the business case very clear. Inclusion is possible. It will take time, but with enough iterations, as Jamila would remind us, we can get it right together. And third, over the last 3 days, you as a Schools 2030 Global Movement got real. You dived into the vision of the second phase of Schools 2030 yesterday. It was quite a sweat box in here, but you were thinking hard and long, but you did it with us. And you identified new ways of strengthening the Schools 2030 movement and stepping up to co-lead these new pathways and opportunities together. You became the architects of the next phase of the Schools 2030 movement, generating a collective and more inclusive blueprint for our future. One of these key elements to your blueprint is the need to co-design a more coherent, compelling, and compassionate response to the climate crisis in and through education. In a recent survey, and for those of us who were together last night, you will know the statistic, But in a recent survey by one of our friends, the world's largest lesson, Alison Bellwood is here, surveyed 37,000 young people across 150 countries. And over half of those surveyed said, young people said, I want to learn how to protect the environment and also to protect myself in the climate crisis. And yet, in today's global education sector, more than half of national education curricula do not mention the term climate change. The demand and the supply, there is a disconnect. And it's our opportunity as the Schools 2030 movement to begin bridging that divide. That's why we are thrilled to have this next plenary session about climate and education that is meant to plant the seeds to what next year's Schools 2030 Global Forum will focus on in the Kyrgyz Republic. Asking ourselves, how might we prepare the next generation of more climate literate, climate resilient, and climate compassionate citizens? And boy, do we have a packed agenda. So, the first part we're going to be learning from the systems response. The second part, we're going to be learning about the school level response, hearing from educators themselves. And the third part, we're going to be having a keynote from the societal response from His Excellency Dr. Tariq El-Berg from Dubai Cares. But across each of these three quick and impactful panels is answering one question. How might we best support, recognize, and amplify teachers' roles in addressing the climate crisis in and through education? So without further ado, I would like to invite our first panel up to this stage. And as they come up to this stage, I'll be introducing them. So first, we have Maya Gruff from the Climate Governance Commission. Please give her a round of applause. It is rare to have climate scientists and the climate community in conversation with the education community. Maya, there's no pressure, but you're representing the entire climate community. Second, thanks, welcome. Second, we have Kevin Frey, the Executive Director of Generation Unlimited from UNICEF, representing a global movement of millions of young people as a systems response to the challenges of climate crisis. I feel like I should be giving you an award or something. Third, we have Ms. Wan Zhongbin representing UNESCO's Greening Education Partnership. She has been working on this issue for more than a decade. And I feel like now is your time, and I can't wait for you to be challenging us for what's next. So a round of applause for Juan. And finally, we have Sarah Beardmore from the Global Partners for Education. And this morning, I wonder if she's going to be able to share some of the news, but she has been changing systems and budgets this morning as the GPE has been meeting in Brussels about the future of climate education. So, round of applause. So, over to you, Maya. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Andy. And absolutely delightful to be here and just to draw from one of the key words that arose that has been so inspiring to be with you all and to cross different professional sectors, to think about how we really collaborate. And at the Climate Governance Commission, we're focused on the governance challenges represented by the climate and planetary boundaries crisis that we're facing. And the climate crisis can be considered a governance challenge, but it can also quintessentially be considered an education challenge, really at its heart. So at the Climate Governance Commission, we're educating, for example, business leaders, CEOs, boards of directors, other professionals, but then, of course, the younger generations of learners in schools who will have to be, helping to solve this problem. Hopefully our generation can move forward really vigorously to put in place the infrastructure to really have a safe trajectory for humanity, but it's so fundamental to confronting the climate challenge. So it's amazing what you're doing. It's so important, and the importance can't be underestimated. So thank you so much. So let's move to our wonderful panelists. And if we can start with you first, Sarah. So you're working on the Climate Smart Education System framework at GPE.
And it would be wonderful if you could sort of tell us generally what this is about. And you've undertaken, I've heard, recent field visits to understand where teachers, educators fit into the policy and system level responses when prioritizing developing education sector plans, budgeting needs. So really, how are teachers a key constituency, and what are the entry points at the national level that you've seen in your experience?
Sure, thanks, Maya. Well, first of all, GPE is a partnership and a fund, and we work with low and lower middle income countries around the world to help them identify key system transformation priorities across the education sector. And in that role, we have seen increasing environmental crises impacting countries. The floods in Pakistan, a third of the country was underwater, schools closed for months. Cyclone Freddy, which recently hit the east coast of sub-Saharan Africa, I think was the longest cyclone ever recorded in history. It was so long, it lasted over a month, and it not only hit the coast, it went back out to sea and then slammed those countries again. So these are unprecedented challenges that our country partners have been raising with us and saying, we have no idea how to address the level of crisis that we're facing. This is unprecedented. So in part of the work we tried to do was understand, well, if we take a systems perspective to this problem, what are the kind of key dimensions of a system where we need to be integrating and mainstreaming climate change resilience and climate action, because those are two pieces of the solution. So we undertook a number of consultations across all of our partner countries, and we looked at what it would take to make a climate-smart education system, one that's able to both protect people's lives when crises happen and ensure a continuity of education no matter what the conditions, but one that also is in service to protecting life on the planet. And finally, one that promotes climate justice, because we know that actually the burden of this crisis falls on the most marginalized, the poorest, and the poorest countries, who actually have the least to do with the fact that our global temperatures are rising. So within this, we've identified these sort of 7 areas. And the reason that it's important is because actually all of these require simultaneous change. You can't have a teacher education policy and not have the budget in place to actually scale up the teacher training needed and improve the salaries and the working conditions. You can't better respond to the school needs if you don't have data about what the environmental factors are that are impacting that kind of school environment. So what we've done is kind of set out these 7 dimensions and to try to understand what good practices exist in our partner countries to try to help ministries think through a comprehensive approach to preparing for the future and frankly preparing for today in many countries we work with. So back to the question about teachers, I think we fundamentally need to put teachers at the heart of our system transformation priorities. And we've rolled out some technical assistance to ministries of education to help them think through what the climate impacts are on their system and what they can do about it. So we traveled to Malawi and Zimbabwe, the first 2 countries in this initiative, to understand the kind of challenges they're facing and also the key capacity gaps that we could help them to address. And I was really struck by the fact that in Malawi, the minister said basically these crises come, you have multiple cyclones, teachers lose their livelihoods, their homes, their family members, and then they're somehow expected to pick themselves back up and go into a classroom and teach. And I think we need to look at teachers as human beings first and foremost and try to understand how we can create conditions that, number 1, they're more resilient when these crises happen, but number 2, that they're equipped with psychosocial support, with the kind of safety nets they need to be able to kind of continue and move on. And they also need to be able to provide the education that's needed to help children understand what are the impacts, where are the solutions, what could we be doing. In a country like Malawi, which is very resource poor, there's incredible innovation. I mean, the challenge is that you have lots of small projects and no consistent funding to scale and sustain really, really powerful solutions. So we need to help them with that challenge. But their teacher training colleges have this great program where actually to graduate, teachers need to take a tree, adopt it, take care of it, and grow it. And if their tree dies, then they actually are kind of graded on how well they've been able to kind of learn about their environment. So those are the kinds of practices that I think really embedding in the teacher professional development system are going to help us to actually nurture and cultivate a whole army of people who have a love of nature, that understand how to interact with their environment, and are fundamentally coming at their jobs with a really different perspective about what it is to be a climate smart teacher. I'll finally just say that I think one of the things that we at GPE really need to work with all of you on is actually creating the enabling conditions for the education sector to completely transform the way that it has been working. What we're doing today is not going to work for tomorrow, and we need to totally pivot our entire architecture around how we support education to factor in the changing conditions on this planet. And it is an existential imperative of our lifetime. So we really don't have a choice. Andy mentioned this morning, our board has just approved another $15 million to scale the support to ministries to another 20 countries. We're also in discussions with the Green Climate Fund about how we at GPE can co-finance education with the climate finance sources. We need to build the evidence base for that, and we need to work together to make sure that the strategies we're putting in place really serve teachers and their needs, because that's ultimately who we need on the front lines of the climate emergency. So I'll stop there.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Sarah. Such a bold and appropriate vision, really, to really transform education, but also now, even now, seeing the adaptation needs, resilient needs on the ground as we see the effects of climate change already affecting so many communities. So absolutely extraordinary. Next, let's move to Juan. It would be wonderful if you could tell us more about the UNESCO Greening Education Initiative and a deep dive, if you would, into the pillar on teacher training and capacity building as part of the Greening Education Partnership. So, and in particular, if you could highlight really what you think is needed most in the next 6 months in advance of COP28 and then beyond.
Thank you, Maya, and good afternoon, everybody. So I think I would like to first start my intervention with by quoting a young person from Poland who said that the worst feeling is to want to do something about climate change, but you don't have the resources, you don't know where or whom to reach out to. And this is the kind of level of frustration that we see around us in the classrooms and across our generations of future generations or present generations of young people. And this question is very much closely related to the two aspects of climate education. One is the question of access. As Andy mentioned earlier, only half of the national curriculum frameworks of 100 countries mention a single word of climate change. And the second question is on the quality of climate change delivered, because while almost 90% of the students that we've surveyed said that they've learned something about climate change in their classrooms, 70% of them say that they don't feel ready to live in this climate era based on what they have learned, because the quality is so low. And that's the question of the content and the way that climate education is taught. And this is why, and you mentioned it was a UNESCO's Greening Education Partnership, but I would like to mention and stress that this Greening Education Partnership is a collective effort by many of the organizations, now counting to 700 and more, with 70 countries that are joining together. So this massive network of stakeholders who are working on climate change education has been gathering together since the UN Transforming Education Summit last year to precisely address this question of access and quality of climate education. So now with this grand community that has been also driven thanks to the support of the UK and Japan, and also, of course, Dubai Cares, Aga Khan Foundation, and many of the partners, UNICEF, GPE, and others, have all been joining forces to make sure that we work collectively together around these four pillars of the Greening Education Partnership, which is on greening school, greening curriculum, greening teacher training and education systems capacities, and greening communities. So now it's time to work together. And in order to work together, particularly around the zooming into the teacher's question on Pillar 3 on teacher training, I'm very happy to share that currently this working group has 310 member organizations and 43 governments who are willing to work and be focused around supporting teachers and making sure that teachers are climate ready. And in order to do that, this working group, which is actually led by GPE and UNICEF and Education International, will be focusing around developing and making sure that right adequate teacher training guideline is in place, that working environment for teachers are enabled, good practices, as we've seen today at Schools 2030 teachers examples, are showcased to inspire others, and also to make sure that education systems, as Sarah mentioned earlier, is strengthened to support the teachers. And in the lead up to the next 6 months for COP28, I think there's a lot of opportunities to work around, and especially at COP28, also thanks to the leadership of Dubai Cares and other actors, we'll be able to showcase this around the education pavilion and also in high-level events at COP28. And I would like to finish my first intervention on a note of hope, that out of the 70 countries that have joined, 69% of them say that they plan to revise their curriculum in the next 3 years to add climate change. And 81% of them say that they will revise their teacher training courses in the next 3 years to add climate change. So now there is a golden opportunity, and we need to work together. Thank you.
Excellent. Really an amazing message indeed of hope that such a large number of states and governments are now, waking up to the fact that there has to be this transformation and meeting this need of the students, as you mentioned, that who do not feel prepared. So I like your thought of COP28 as potentially a golden moment. Wonderful. Let's turn to Kevin next then. So from your perspective at Generation U and Green Rising Initiative, so our question is really about how this youth agenda can connect with the teaching profession, both as a pipeline youth to have a new generation of educators, but also as a core constituency to help teachers, current teachers, determined and work out their role for climate education moving forward. My experience at the Climate Governance Commission, we have youth commissioners and youth advisors, and they're often very far ahead on the climate science, policy, and knowledge. So those two dimensions, we'd love to hear your thoughts, and generally what you're up to at Generation U.
Okay, great, thank you. So at Generation Unlimited, it's interesting, all three of us actually represent partnerships. And I think when you think about the size, the magnitude of the climate crisis that we're all facing, the only answer, the only solutions are going to come through crowding in multi-stakeholder partnerships, whether that be the private sector, which is very motivated on this topic, public sector, and young people. So as Nadi mentioned this morning, we're a public-private youth partnership. So we put youth co-equal to all of these big global leaders to help us drive strategies forward and make key decisions. When we talk to the millions of young people in Generation Unlimited programs in over 80 countries around the world, what they tell us when they think about climate, they don't only want know-how, they want to drive impact, they want to act. So when we think about climate education, we think about moving from, of course, know-how and knowledge matters, but moving from know-how and knowledge to action and impact. And that requires another transition, a transition not just from the classroom, but to the community. There were a couple of quotes at the dinner last night that I actually emailed to myself to get them, made sure I got them right. One of the teachers from Spain said we have to break out from beyond the concrete walls to the community to connect with nature. And then the teacher from Kenya, I see them both sitting beside each other over there. A teacher from Kenya said, and was talking about the horrible drought in the country right now, and said that we can't wait for anyone to come and save us. And then you said the community has to act now. These were two really important words there, community and act. So as we think about climate in education systems and really engaging young people, I think that we have to think about learning by doing, experiential learning, and letting young people drive climate impact in their communities. It's one of the best ways to create planetary mindsets and develop green skills. So maybe I'll mention the Green Rising. It's a global initiative, UNICEF and Generation Unlimited's flagship initiative with partners on youth climate action. You'll see there's 3 pillars. The first pillar is volunteerism. That could be something like monitoring air quality in Mongolia, young people, and then when the air quality is very low, going door to door and letting people know they need to stay inside. Second, skills, jobs, social entrepreneurship. Young people have brilliant solutions, local solutions to the problems they're facing as they adapt to a climate crisis that's here now. And we just need to empower them with some mentorship, sometimes a little bit of seed capital to bring these ventures to life. And then advocacy. They have some of the most compelling voices, sometimes in local communities, lobbying school boards, but all the way up to the UN General Assembly. Give young people a microphone and let them advocate for the planet that they want. The Green Rising, there's many different partners here in the room today that I see. I know since I think the first week, Tariq, we've been talking with Dubai Cares about Green Rising, and thank you for your support on that. We will be, of course, profiling Green Rising at COP28 and on the Education Day, but we will be working with partners, again, across private sector, government, and youth-led organizations to mobilize over 10 million young climate actors by 2025. Wow. And at COP28, we'll be celebrating the first 1 million actions. So if anyone in the room here today is active with young people on climate, just you can have a look for me after this session, or Nadi, my colleague, Nadi waving when she's not sending an email right there. You can catch up with us. We're looking for more and more partners to join the Green Rising.
Incredible. Thank you so much, and for highlighting these dynamic, really extraordinary dynamic partnerships, you know, really exemplifying SDG 17. Amazing, incredible, all of you. And also the learning by doing, driving impact, which is also so promising and inspiring. I was struck recently, you know, on this notion of youth advocacy and voices. I was in Qatar at this new EarthNet Institute, and there was a panel with a first grader, a sixth grader, a seventh grader, and they had worked together with their local school club to change legislation in the country to ban single-use plastics, and they were sharing their experiences. So it's even first grade can have dramatic policy change. It was quite incredible. So wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing about your various initiatives. So let's dig in a little bit more in a general question about, you know, how to help to support teachers more. Juan, last night you had cited a study about, you know, teachers wanting to teach about climate change. A study I saw recently, an international study, 95% of teachers would like to teach about climate change, but 40% feel prepared. So just in your experiences, why might teachers feel this way? How could your initiatives, these collaborations, really support teachers to address this gap, again, across diverse geographies around the world? And what's needed from government and other sectors to address this gap? Sarah, shall we start with your thoughts?
Sure. Well, I think in many ways what we are in the process of doing is pivoting from traditional methods of teaching and learning that really focused on knowledge acquisition and the ability to retain and repeat facts that you've memorized. And it's actually very easy to assess that because you have an exam and you fill it in and you can verify as a teacher whether the facts have been learned. And climate is it's such an all-encompassing challenge because it fundamentally gets at our relationship with each other and with the natural world. And it requires a type of learning that is not only about knowledge, but it's about values, it's about action, and it requires a really different way of teaching. So teachers need to be able to be in a really different relationship with their students than we've traditionally seen through these sort of let's say, historical evolution of mass education. I think where we've really got to invest now is helping teachers to have much more active pedagogies, helping give them the materials and tools to actually be in the classroom in interactive ways with students, give students experience-based learning that really help them to test their knowledge, and then pivot assessments so that there's some sort of dimension that looks at the completion of a task and not just repeating knowledge that you might have learned. So all of that is very, very sophisticated. Teaching is actually one of those professions where, you know, you might as well be a neuroscientist in terms of the kind of skills that you need to be a really good teacher. And yet we don't accord teachers the status that neuroscientists have. So I think that there is something really fundamentally that needs to change in the way that we think about teaching and learning as a really interactive and very highly skilled way of being in the world and in your vocation. So, you know, for governments that are, particularly where we work, very resource scarce environments, being able to provide the kind of wraparound support for teachers to deliver that is, I think, the biggest challenge. I mean, in some countries, it's difficult to even pay teachers, right? They might have to leave their village and walk for 3 days to go get a paycheck. So in some ways, we have to get the really boring things right, like paying teachers on time. And then we have to build in all of the supports that are needed for, I think, a much more complex form of social interaction that is teaching and learning for a changing climate. That's the only way we're really going to be able to tackle the kind of crisis that we face.
Fascinating, amazing. Juan, what about you? What are your perspectives?
Yeah, I fully agree with what Sarah has mentioned about these aspects of the challenges and appreciation of teacher profession, but also on the fact that actually these challenges that teachers face are also observed by the students. I have a couple of also another quotes from young people where they say, "My teachers tried hard, but they didn't have the knowledge and they were not well prepared, and students did not have a space to express themselves." That was someone from Brazil. And another quote from Nigeria goes, "So it's very important that our teachers get dedicated materials because they can't support a student when they themselves do not understand climate change." So you can see that these impacts directly to the learners, and these problems are felt and observed and also diagnosed by young people themselves. So there's a huge gap. And for example, in our study with Education International that we conducted, 23% of 56,000 teachers say that they can teach about climate action in their classroom. So it's not only about, as Kevin mentioned earlier, it's not only about knowledge of delivery of knowledge about climate change, it's also delivery and creating that space for learners to take action about climate change. And teachers are not prepared because they were not educated in that way. They themselves have never really taken action on themselves. And because of that, there's no creation of that climate action that we all talk about. So I think there's a fundamental issue to be had. So what can we do? And for that question, I was so inspired by my lunch discussion with Kalsum. I think she must be sitting somewhere from Uganda, one of the Schools 2030 teacher. Yes, Kalsum over there. She was mentioning how whenever she faced any challenges with her teaching, that Aga Khan Foundation Center were there to reach out to and talk about these problems and give her the right type of materials and training that was needed. So it got me to think, do our teachers have that level of backstopping behind them to support them, to walk them through the climate education that we are demanding them to perform? And actually, that is not the case in most cases. So in the case of Schools 2030 program, I think that was one of the amazing enabling factors for the project. But now we need to think about how to scale that up to the systems level. And that means that we need to engage the teachers in the policy development to design what kind of needs the teachers have and what kind of support there needs to be. So I think that's one of the best and one of the important steps to do. And the second one I want to mention is the incentives and empowerment of teachers so that they don't remain islands of good practices. Of course, today we have amazing teachers seated in this room. But in order for their work to be now connected to another island of amazing work, to create land and to become continents altogether and change the world, I think there are supports that are needed. So those incentives and empowerment of teachers is another point that I want to point out. And lastly, collaboration with communities. So Kevin, you mentioned about community engagement. So teachers cannot do this on their own because they are not the climate experts. So you need to engage with local experts to think about local impacts of climate change. And in order to do that, there needs to be space and time for teachers to talk to the local community stakeholders and experts and leaders and engage them in their classrooms and take their students out to the communities. So there are some key points that we can take on as our immediate next steps to think about how we can support the teachers on climate education. Thank you.
Thank you. And Kevin, some thoughts on this topic?
Sure. I think there's opportunities for a paradigm shift here with teachers, especially on climate. Obviously, they need all the supports that were just mentioned, so I won't repeat those. But I think there's an opportunity for youth to lead in this space, where teachers actually invert the classroom and say, young people, this is what we do in hyper-local areas. Young people identify a problem in their community that they understand. They work in teams on what is the solution. They can go out and talk to community members. There's often local know-how on how to dig trenches to protect from floods, to create community soak pits. And then those young people can actually get out there and manifest those solutions, build those solutions. So I think where teachers are nervous that they don't have all of the knowledge and training, one of the interesting pedagogical tools we've seen is to flip the classroom, let the youth lead, identify the problem, come up with the solution, and then drive that solution in the community.
Brilliant. Really exciting ideas from all of you. Really amazing. Bodes well for all of us. And we're running out of time now, but I have one last question, quick question, maybe for those of you who are involved with UN agencies in particular. I'm really inspired working with some of the most talented Earth system scientists of today, you know, our understanding, our scientific knowledge of planetary boundaries, for example, how the Earth system functions, I find really exciting, and it's moving very fast also. So, of course, science education is fundamental to climate education and preparing ourselves. So just sort of a question, if you have any thoughts on this, you know, how could we, you know, mainstream this more cutting edge planetary boundaries, scientific Earth system kind of awareness or classrooms, but also, which I think it fits very, very much with our increasing scientific understanding, is this notion of planetary stewardship and trusteeship. How can we govern together? Which segues beautifully with, you know, UNESCO work on culture of peace and indeed provisions in UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, et cetera. So just any thoughts about this in terms of this planetary awareness, Earth trusteeship kind of concept that you might have? Juan?
Thank you very much for that question, because actually revisiting our relationship with nature is at the fundamental level of climate education. So we're not talking about recycling and doing these very superficial things. Unless, in order for that to make sense, we need to go into the planetary boundaries and revisit our relationship with between the human place within nature. So for that, through the Greening Education Partnership, but particularly with some of the key partners, we're working on developing green curriculum guideline, which will underline the key aspects of what it means to learn quality climate education today, around from early childhood to 18 plus. And planetary boundaries will be the underlying theme and also cross-cutting philosophical basis of this work. So working with Dubai Cares Office for Climate Education and also International Renewable Energy Agency, we will develop this curriculum guideline and share it as the basis where we can deliver the planetary boundaries in classrooms.
Amazing. Kevin?
Maybe I'll pick up on your point about governance and stewardship. I think when we're talking about climate, we have to have young people and maybe even children in the governance structures. So I mentioned Generation Unlimited is a public-private youth partnership, PPYP. Even some of the most progressive thinking now is saying, should we have PPCPs, public-private child partnerships, where their voice is at the table? So Tariq, you know, because you're in the board meetings with the CEOs of some of the world's largest companies, heads of states, ministers, heads of UN agencies, and young people. 18 years old, 24 years old, 26 years old, holding court, not just being given the microphone, but when it comes time to make decisions, to allocate budgets, to build strategies, actually allowing young people to be part of that decision-making process. It's a big step. It doesn't come naturally. The room naturally gravitates to the highest title in the biggest organization. But I think you get to far better decisions when in governance you have young people, the ones who will inherit this world, at the table making the key decisions with some of the most powerful decision makers on the planet.
Amazing. Great note to end on. So please join me in thanking this amazing panel, and it was incredibly inspiring, I thought. Thank you so much for all the work you're doing.
Thank you.
To the entire panel. Teachers were mentioned many, many times. I would now like to introduce the Teachers for the Planet film to introduce the second part of today's session. Thank you very much.
We have all heard the terms climate change, climate impacts, environmental risks. They vastly shape the present and future of our students, especially the most vulnerable. But the truth is, they are largely absent from school curricula, and most teachers don't feel ready to teach our children and youth about the planetary crisis. Fortunately, across the world, there are innovative, creative teachers who are taking action in illustrating how schools can equip children with the tools, mindsets, and skills to collectively mitigate and be resilient in the face of this crisis.
Kaixo, ni egoitzia naiz eta gaur hasiera eman diogu proiektuari Logistikak aktualan eta ikasleek arretan diz eta posik hartu dute proiektua. Fase honetan erabili dugu kafe hondakin bat, zeurek polas eta esperimentazioaren bidez egiten den prozesu batekin, zeta ostra edo leurotu perretxikoa lortuko dugu gero komertzializatu alizateko.
Hi everyone, my name is Takashiki. I teach for Kenya and a climate education champion. As my Nana and I explored climate change and its effects, we came up with a project that addresses risk management and food insecurity. Our urban farming project uses plastic waste, turning them into gardens. We created hydro gardens in class and at home, and created innovative gardens in our school compound. This project takes up little space, uses up little water, and teaches kids to reduce, reuse, and recycle. It also teaches them to intentionally care for the environment.
Hello. My name is Ahmad Baghdadi. I'm a Teach for Lebanon fellow. I'm currently leading a team of 9 Teach for Lebanon fellows who are working towards making our teachers climate education ready, so that students will be aware of the problem of climate change and to help them to lead a climate-friendly life. Climate education is often disregarded, whereas I believe it's one of the most important aspects in solving climate change, because at the end of the day we are preparing today's learners to become tomorrow's leaders.
As teachers for the planet, we are building a community and collecting an online repository of 100 outstanding teacher-led climate education solutions that will be presented at COP28. We want to showcase what's possible for climate education and inspire, activate, and empower many more teachers across the world to lead quality climate education, while at the same time elevate the experiences of teachers to inform the system-level change required to truly advance climate education globally.
Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, my name is Lennart Kunze. I am the Global Head of Climate Education and Leadership at Teach for All. And in this session, we want to learn from a group of 3 fantastic teachers from across our global network. They are representing educators that are leading climate and environmental sustainability education in the world. I want to note that this is really broader than climate change. This scope is much more environmental sustainability at large. And what these examples of teacher also illustrate are the larger obstacles that teachers face for this kind of work, and also the leadership that we need in schools and classrooms all over the world. The key barriers, and we've heard that in the previous panel, for teachers to engage students in climate education are often a lack of space in the curriculum, a lack of funding. It's often a lack of materials that are contextualized to the lived reality and the local context of learners, so to really deeply engage learners in this kind of learning. We're often lacking teacher training, and also we lack the mindset to engage in this level of education, and we heard that in the previous panel as well. And I think this is a two-faceted problem. The first thing is we need to reorient teaching and learning towards something that we at Teach for All call teaching as collective leadership, where teachers and learners engage together in collective leadership learners are leaders, teachers are co-learners, and community is power. And we also need to overcome our collective hypocrisy, because I don't think that any of us are fully in balance with ourselves when we think about our own behaviors and our own climate change footprint. We also need to overcome the feeling that we first have to know it all before being able to engage others in talking about climate change. Besides the 3 brilliant educators on stage with me, I also want to name Natalia Herrera and Jessica Drogetti, who are 2 brilliant climate educators from Colombia and Portugal who've shared about their work in different spaces this week. And it's amazing to see the inspiration that this can cause in people to elevate these voices of teachers. As you know, and if you've seen in this video, they are also part of a global community called Teachers for the Planet. And they are part of 100 outstanding teacher-led climate education solutions that we compile and that will be presented at COP28. And I'll tell you a secret, we have many more solutions of teachers. For example, in the Teach for All global climate education community, where we have over 450 members, as well as across the 60 Teach for All network partners. But for now, we focus on the 100. What all these solutions reflect is the fact that climate education is not a fixed set of activities. We're not advocating to say, let's all plant trees, let's all do waste management. It's rather an approach, and that approach is deeply problem-based, deeply rooted in the local community needs, and deeply rooted in the local context, and also an approach that builds student agency as a collective. So it's a very diverse kind of set of activities that climate education is representing. In the communities of many of these teachers that are represented in the online repository of 100 teacher-led solutions, many of the students face a deeply uncertain future. And for them, climate change is not simply climate change anymore. It's everywhere change, it's everything change. It fundamentally changes the trajectory of the present and of the future. So we really have to take urgent action, and I'm so happy about this occasion to come together to bring the systems level, the school and communities level together. So without further ado, I want to hand it over to the 3 teachers, and the way we're going to do this is that we're going to engage in an interview-style education to learn more about the work that you've already gotten a glimpse of in this video. So Egowitz, I want to start with you, and what we saw in the video is you and your students working on what you call fungi thinking. Can you tell us more about fungi thinking and the issues that you address with this approach?
Thank you, Leonard. We started that project, Fungi Thinking, 7 years ago. When I first started teaching, it really was shocking for me. I see like huge demotivation in the students, lack of connectivity in between teachers and students. And even if the students were more connected to the global community through different internet and media devices, they were losing that connectivity with the roots and with the nature. So I really need to find a way to reconnect both teachers, students, and community on a single project. And that's why we started love and full passion in circular economy. So I started building, based on the Gunter Polis circular economy projects, on recollecting coffee grounds out of the different Oreca channels from Spain and start building an added value eatable mushrooms with the students and for the community.
That's great. And as we saw in the video, and as you just mentioned, the core of the fungi thinking philosophy is really teaching as collective leadership. It's a problem-based approach, and it's building student agency. Why do you think these elements are so crucial for climate education?
I think it's not just about the project, it's how we approach the learning methodology. And rather than being a cool project and building mushrooms out of coffee grounds, we really want to enhance the whole learning approach based on 7-7 methodology. That stands for 7 different challenges from 7 different subjects on 7 different school learning grades. The students feel themselves a learning journey in the school. So they start in the last year of primary school until the last year of high school. They leave the school. We grow together. We grow and we learn together, facing different challenges based on scientific research, STEM competences, big data, coding, marketing, and social business planning. And all that have been built connecting with the growing the climate education community in the school.
One of your quotes when we spoke that really sticks with me is that you want to empower students to realize that math, that science, and that other subjects that they learn in school are tools for making sense of the world and for engaging in agency and of meaning making of their own future. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you mean by that? Math, science, other subjects as tools for making sense of the world.
It's something that we've been talking around small forums during these 2 days, and it's actually we're driven in a country and in a world that is led by science and technology, and we have to show them, the students, the contextualization of those learning subjects and topics. We are not here in the classrooms to start learning about algebra or coding or whatever. It's just to find a purpose of that learning process, connecting with real-world challenges, real-world issues, and creating the agency and the awareness in our students to let them dream about changing the world. Because this world that we are building and we are living in as an inheritance to our children will be led and must to be changed by them, not just us teaching them how to change. But Kevin mentioned before, like, we have to take into account the students' opinion, student learnings, and how they feel and how they want to live in that world. And that's how we approach the whole science and technology content, but with a purpose.
That's great. And what we see in those photos that you also saw all on the projector is we saw these huge mushrooms that the students created from coffee grounds. In other projects that you've been leading together with your students, you've created soap from used cooking oil, you've created shopping bags from COVID masks. And what you just shared about building student agency, I'd be curious if you could share a little bit about what is the impact that you see that this type of project and these concrete projects are having on students.
Yeah, they've been mentioning about that even teachers want really a change maker, something changing in the way, the methodologies that they are teaching. Their lack of training, their lack of projects, their lack of good case studies that they can learn from or just guide the learning process with. And funky thinking, trust toys, eco soaps, old mask bags are just a project that create a bridge to start giving teachers all around the world tools and voice to really start changing the society and the obsolete teaching methodology that we've been using since the last couple of centuries.
I want to ask you about one specific instance. What we saw in one of the photos was the students sitting around a table. And there's a backstory to that, which is that Egoitz is teaching in the Basque country, and after the students engaged in fungi thinking, the students were invited by the city of Bilbao to come into the municipality and to advise the city government about their circular economy strategy. So if you could share a little bit more about what that did to students in terms of feeling agency and about feeling a role in shaping their own future.
Yeah, that's exactly how we've been talking in between us as well. Like, we have to redefine the role of the students in the society. They are not learners anymore. They have to be leaders and change makers. So, and it's the same way that the classroom is not the only space on which students learn, we have to break the walls of the schools. We have to open this learning to the stakeholders, companies, and as many people as we can get on board to extend that knowledge and learning process. And especially in that project, we tried to do that, calling directly to the city hall, the municipality of the Bilbao, one of the biggest cities in the Basque country, and asking them as students to go directly to the mayor, explaining them what they've been working on, like circular economy projects, recapturing waste that we are creating as a society, and giving them a way to change the things, not just with copy grants, but with a change of mindset and redefining these student roles. I think that's going to be the first thing that we have to be starting building with.
Thank you very much, Egoitz. We're going to move to our second brilliant teacher on this panel, which is Esther Gachigi from Kenya. Esther, we got a glimpse of your work with your primary school students in Kenya. Can you tell us more about the local context of your community where you're teaching and of your students?
Thank you, Leonard. So in Kenya, in terms of climate change, we recently experienced one of the most devastating droughts that we've seen in the last decade. Over 4.2 million Kenyans were affected, leading to deaths and destruction, and over 3.5 million children missed school as a result. Kenya's agriculture, which is mostly rain-fed, was also affected, so there was food insecurity and high food prices. In my community, which is a vulnerable community, many families were left unable to afford 3 meals a day. So I believe in my community and in Kenya in general, people know about climate change. They know that we've been experiencing drought. They know that we had food poverty because of climate change. But this issue seems to be so big that people feel that they can't be part of the solution. And in Kenya, anytime something bad happens, which is really not a good habit, we usually say, serikali saidia, which means government, please help us. But this is the question that we are trying to ask ourselves. How do we build the agency of learners, teachers, and the community at large to take action, to not wait for anybody to save them? So that is the general context of my community right now.
That's great, thank you. And your project, as we saw in the video, is together with students tackling food insecurity and waste management. Why do you find it so crucial to link climate education to some of these other community challenges like food insecurity and waste in this case?
So to build student agency, which is something that we thought is very important, we introduced climate change concepts to learners, and we prompted them to identify problems in our community that are related to climate change or the environment. And two of the main challenges that came up was food insecurity or food poverty and waste management. So the learners were able to come up with a project that addresses both by creating innovative gardens. So we were able to create hanging gardens and innovative gardens at school using reused waste. But what really stood out for me is that if you really want to empower learners to take actions, you have to contextualize climate education. You have to empower them to see climate change effects in their context. I couldn't have told my learners, for example, the glaciers are melting, let's do something about it. And honestly, I've never seen a glacier in person, so yeah, it wouldn't have made any sense. So, but telling them we had drought, remember, and food was really scarce, or food was very expensive. So what can we do about it? That's what has really stood out for me, contextualization.
One thing that I find so compelling about your example, and we heard that before, we need to engage the larger community. And what I learned from you is that in your case, the primary school students went home and they brought that home, that message of environmental sustainability, waste management, food security. Can you tell us a little bit more about the broader community impact that this project in your school has and what you see within the community?
So engaging learners, of course, impacted them positively. They became more engaged and they became more mindful. But what was really inspiring for me is that I saw a ripple effect in terms of them bringing these lessons to their parents. I know of 5 families who have created innovative gardens at their home, so they're able to address food insecurity by themselves. And this really it represents a mind shift for me, a mind shift for the community. Of course, it's just 5 families and we have 1 million families in our community, but it's the little steps that we are making through learners. So it really shows me that if we empower learners and empower them to really just take action, they have the power to impact their parents who really are the community.
It's fantastic. And one other thing that you're engaging in is teacher training. So what you told me is, you are one teacher in one school, but you want to empower 100 teachers this year to do this kind of climate education. Can you tell us a little bit about how you go about empowering other teachers and more teachers to lead this kind of work with their students?
So while engaging my learners and my partner was also engaging her learners, we realized that teachers have to sort of be like the first domino. So we decided to create a module that engages teachers in climate change concepts, but really empowers them to incorporate climate education into the curriculum. So for example, if I'm teaching my kids about unfavorable weather conditions, maybe droughts and floods, I'll be able to tell them because of human activities, we're having adverse effects of climate change, and this is what you can do about it, just merging it into the curriculum. And using that module, we were able to train 35 teachers last year, and we have been able to see them engage their learners in greening schools and greening learning. So using that module, we plan to train 100 teachers this year in our community, and we actually were able to get partial funding for that. So that's something that we are really working towards this year.
Thank you so much, Esther. We're going to move to our third brilliant teacher on this panel, Ahmed al-Baghdadi from Lebanon. So, Ahmed, similar question to you. Can you tell us a little bit more about the local context in which you're teaching?
Yeah, sure, Leonard. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. Basically, I come from a really small country on the Mediterranean called Lebanon. This country has been going through a lot of problems since 2019. We're having a 300% inflation rate as of this year. We are facing electricity problems. We barely have 2 hours of electricity provided by the government daily. We have a huge waste problem. There's waste on the street that can stay for days and days without being removed. Add to it like the normal climate crisis from wildfires that we encounter every year, and a lot of things that we face on a day-to-day basis. This is really bad, but for me, I saw this as an opportunity, a golden opportunity to teach the students in the classroom about climate change, about different renewable energy sources, about waste management. So that's a bit about the context in Lebanon.
Great, thank you. And one thing you're engaging in together with the Planet B group is curriculum change. But you mentioned to me that there's something else we need to do before engaging in curriculum change, which is getting teachers climate ready. Can you expand a little on that?
To be honest, because we do training of teachers with Teach for Lebanon. And I remember the first session when I was trying to introduce climate education to the fellows of the organization that I work with. The first answer was, we are not ready. We don't know anything about climate change. So we are going to teach you something that you're talking about something we're not knowledgeable about. And they often give a reason that they feel a sense of hypocrisy because they cannot themselves lead a sustainable life. So if they cannot live a sustainable life, how can they teach about sustainability? In addition, they have a lack of knowledge. They have a lack of knowledge when it comes to what they need to learn. And that comes also from like science teachers. And I find this is kind of funny because if science teachers are not ready to teach about climate change, what can we say about humanitarian teachers? This doesn't make any sense in a way, so they are not really prepared. And finally, there's no real incentives for those teachers to teach about climate change. We often lack incentives, so teachers don't have the time or maybe the will to teach about climate change in their classroom. So I think there's a huge need for those components.
Great, thank you, Ahmed. As you saw in the video, what the Planet B group of Ahmed in Lebanon is engaging in is a threefold approach. They are developing learning materials that are in line with the national curriculum, thereby addressing a key need. They are building teacher training, and they're also engaging students in concrete project implementation, similar to what Kevin shared, engaging students in that full process of imagining something and then implementing it. I want to ask you one last question, Ahmed, which is, one quote from the video that really stuck with me of you is, we are preparing today's learners to become tomorrow's leaders. How do you build student leadership in your classroom?
We really need to give those students the space they need. People don't know, and you will be surprised if you give those students the space they need, the solution that they come up with. I've done a lot of projects in my school. I've done like a renewable energy project where I taught them about different renewable energy sources, explained through prototypes. In addition, I gave them, I did a an innovation iCamp in a green entrepreneurship where I gave them a challenge and I asked them to come up with a solution. And I was really surprised with all the innovative solutions that those students, starting from grade 7, they can come up with great ideas that we really can benefit from. They only need the right space to do so. So it's really important for us to give them those space they need.
Thank you so much, Ahmed. I have one very quick last question for each of you before we wrap up this session, which is, you have a full group of people here from all different parts of the educational system as well as beyond. What is one ask that you would have for this group in that they could support you in your climate education work or teachers more broadly in the climate education work? So 30 seconds each, and we start with Egoitz.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm going to try to be short. As the same way that we've been teaching that, we're saying that we have to hear student voices. I will view all people that are like policymakers, change makers, and in a high level. You should trust on us. You should trust on teachers and also keep hearing our voices and integrating in your organization somehow to start building the next change maker project that will help to build a better world.
My big ask to you would be to support projects like ours and to collaborate with schools, teachers, to really engage learners. So collaborate and support us because education is really the answer to this crisis.
I could end it up with saying that those teachers are shaping those learners to become the leaders of their country. They're shaping their schools as well in communities. And I hope that with the helps of governments and organizations, the support of those teachers will help not only support schools, but the whole country and maybe the world. It has a great ripple effect. So maybe it's time to really look at those small projects and those teachers who are working on the ground and supporting them to the maximum. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That concludes this part of the plenary session, so I hand it over to Andy. Thank you very much.
So before we end this session with our final keynote, I first just want everyone to stand up. And I want you to repeat after me. Teachers. Teachers. No, louder. Teachers. Teachers. For the planet. Now we're going to do it fast. Teachers. Teachers. For the planet. Now we're going to use your hands. Teachers. Teachers. For the planet. I didn't give you a chance to repeat, did I? All right. Teachers. Teachers. For the planet. One more time. Teachers. For the planet. Louder. Teachers. For the planet. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. So that was a competition, and there was one of you that won, and it was His Excellency Dr. Tariq Al-Gurg, who was the loudest chanting Teachers for the Planet. It was because of Dubai Cares at the Rewired Summit that the first seed funding was given to make Teachers for the Planet possible. So we are now moving from the systems level response, from the school level response, to finally the societal level response. So I welcome Dr. Tariq Al-Gurg from Dubai Cares for the concluding remarks of this session. Thank you.
We have to learn from the Rewired Summit to put some classic music and not some samba music. Excellencies, friends, good afternoon. Michael and Andrew, please thank both your teams on everything that has been done. This was a vision that we have put through many, many years ago, and it was carefully thought of, thoroughly outlined, and I could not have seen a better gathering for Schools 2030 like what we're doing today. But again, this is the start, and Next year, we're going to meet hopefully in Kyrgyzstan, and we will see even more and more and more. So thank you, and please thank your entire team, please. Allow me to begin by acknowledging the significance of this moment. We're now 6 months away from the COP28, where for the first time, education is being brought to the heart of the COP agenda. This marks a groundbreaking milestone as we position education transformation as a key driver of progress towards education outcomes and climate ambitions. At the forefront of this transformation are our educators, the disruptors, innovators, and architects of the future. Teachers are the cornerstone of our societies as they sit at the heart of the education system. They are the connecting link between children and infinite potential and leaders who have the power to influence policy and therefore best placed to bridge the gap that currently exists between impactful solutions and their ability to drive systems change. From climate crises to food insecurity, the challenges facing humanity today require a paradigm shift in the thinking, doing, and acting around these issues to enable this systems change. The shift can only be triggered at the grassroots level when we can place teachers on the front lines of the solutions of these global threats. But the education sector alone cannot rewire the role of teachers. We need a concrete dialogue and diverse perspectives from governments, policymakers, private sector, youth, and students to enable and accelerate this transformation. Earlier this year, in January at Davos, Dubai Cares partnered with the COP28 presidency to be the exclusive education partner and bring education in all its dimensions to the heart of the COP by hosting the second edition of the Rewired Summit 2023 at COP28 in the UAE. One of the first actions we took as part of our commitment to bringing education to the core of the COP was to support the Teachers for the Planet program that positions teachers as change makers who have the expertise, experience, and ability to offer education-oriented solutions to the climate crisis. As an outcome of the program, and as mentioned many, many times, especially in the last session, over 100 teacher-led climate solutions have been identified and will be showcased at the Rewired Summit during COP28. We will also have the honor to be the platform where the Green Rising will be launched, which is a partnership between UNICEF and GenU, which is another initiative of UNICEF's. So Rob Jenkins and Kevin Frey are leading on this, and Kevin, we are honored to have you as a platform as well on the Green Rising. This is an invitation to every country and leader to partner with teachers and school leaders, amplifying their pioneering education solutions and equipping them with the necessary resources for education transformation. Everything that we have learned across the 3 days of this forum will inch us closer to a reality where education becomes everyone's business, where every country sees an investment in education transformation as an investment in human development, where every community sees its children and youth as future-ready agents of change, and where every citizen feels a sense of hope and confidence in the future of people and planet. This is a movement that has only just begun. This is a movement that will see us all reach newer milestones at Schools 2030 Forum in Kyrgyzstan, where we will continue to advocate for education transformation as an accelerator for a prosperous and sustainable future. As organizations committed to the role of education in advancing humanity, this movement will also see us present education as a powerful solution for climate action at the Rewired Summit at COP28, where we will leverage our unique and individual strengths to put forward one united front for education. This is our movement. This is our moment. This is our mission. Thank you very much.
Can we please give another round of applause for Dubai Cares and also hosting? All right, we're gonna give a big stretch of the right arm. Yep. And the other arm, yep. I'm glad this is being live streamed so that everyone around the world can see this, but it's just me, they can't see you. And now thumbs up for what you just heard before. Good, no thumbs down. Great job, great job. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to now officially start the closing ceremony of the Schools 2030 Global Forum. Only educators can be marathon runners, so we trust that you can stick with us right to the end, but we do promise in between the next panel and the last handover, a wonderful Fado farewell performance. And then at the very end, there is a very special surprise that also all of you will be walking away with and also continuing the journey. So please stick with us, whatever you have to do. If you need to kind of wiggle, please feel free to do it, perhaps not on camera like myself. So at this time, I have the distinct pleasure of welcoming the CEO of Aga Khan Foundation from the Kyrgyz Republic, Dilia, to me. The full name I've actually never pronounced in my life, so I will leave that to yourself to introduce yourself to do so, and to then introduce the panelists for the final session. So please give a round of applause for Dilia. And then you can sit down.
What an honor to have the opportunity to chair the closing panel of Schools 2030 Global Forum with such distinguished speakers whom I am about to introduce to you all. But before I do that, I would like to take Andy's invitation to actually say out my name in full. My name is Davlat Sultan Dorgabekova, and I am the CEO of AKFC in Kyrgyz Republic. The last 3 days have been so truly enlightening, enriching, and so truly energizing. And I cannot stress enough how important such opportunities are for all of us to bring together teachers, students, policymakers, and development partners from so many different countries into one room so that we can have substantive conversation about improving the education quality and access, which is so crucial to human development. So I don't want to take too much time of your time speaking myself, because there are going to be people who are so much wiser and so much more distinguished than myself. So I can't wait to dive right into this panel. And today, I am asking you to please welcome to this panel the Minister of Education of Portugal, Mr. Costa. The Minister of Education and Science of the Kyrgyz Republic, Mr. Iman Aliyev. Ms. Anna Pons, Policy Analyst at the OECD Schools Plus. Mr. Brad Olson, the Senior Fellow at Brookings Center for Universal Education. And Mr. Kartikey from the Education Project Council in India. And I will join the panel. Would you like to take this one? Again, it's such an honor to welcome you to this panel and to have the privilege to be closing, to be leading this panel at the closing ceremony. This discussion is going to take part in two. We'll have two components. In the first part, I will ask each of our esteemed panelists to look back on the last 3 days of the Schools 2030 Global Forum and hear about what we have learned, what stood out to us as aha moments, and how we can work together to promote more inclusive schools and pluralistic learning societies for all. In the second part, I want our panel to build a 5-point action agenda for the Schools 2030. And to think about what should we be focused on and what should be our priorities as a Schools 2030 movement. So to jump right into the part one of our discussion, I would like to first invite Anna, yourself, with my first question. So Anna, you are from the OECD and just last week you held the launch of the OECD Schools Plus initiative. Looking back over the last 3 days of the Schools 2030 Forum, could you tell us a little bit more about what Schools Plus is and how this connects with what you've gained from this year's Schools 2030 Global Forum?
Thank you, Vivian, and good afternoon, everyone. We are finally closing 3 really exciting days. And yes, for us at the OECD, we were really excited just very recently to launch the Schools Plus Network, which is a new OECD initiative, a new network, a new alliance of 40 different governments and 30 global organizations, many of which are represented here to actually provide a space for all of those that are driving change from the bottom up. And you might think, well, but you are the OECD, so it's a bit of a contradiction to actually be providing a space for those that are driving change from the bottom up. But actually, when we look at innovation, innovation is increasingly happening from the ground. It's no longer that much top-down from the Ministry of Education. There is a lot of interesting and really exciting developments happening in the ground. And I think that during these last 3 days, we've heard many of them. And I think it has been really 3 very rich and exciting days in which we have heard from teachers, and we have been in challenge sessions trying to all of us break our brains to find new solutions to all these common problems. And this is exactly what we are aiming to do with this new Schools Plus network, to provide a space to leverage all of these learnings coming from the ground. But let me be a bit more concrete and focus on 3 things that I feel personally that I've learned from these 3 days with you all. The first one is on the power to learn from each other. In the opening, Minister Costa was referring to the meeting he had with the Tanzanian minister, and that despite being from very different contexts, there are opportunities to learn from each other. And perhaps it can even be more inspiring because we are all working towards the same challenges, helping our students learn, develop, and thrive. Or we heard this morning from the Portuguese student, Darius, that for him it had been a really splendid experience being able to meet with the students from different countries. And this openness, this effort to look outwards, to look beyond our own context, we believe can be really inspiring and can ignite new change. And we've not been very good at education at doing this. When you look at other sectors, there is a lot of cross-border learnings. There is not that much in education, and particularly coming from the ground. And we actually saw this in the OECD video study in which we film classroom and we try to better understand teaching practices and how they relate to student outcomes. And even if we were only looking into one very narrow topic, quadratic equations, you will be surprised to know how many differences we observe on how teachers teach quadratic equations in the 8 different countries that participated in that project. But Nadi this morning reminded us that of the importance of definitions. And I think that the overall theme of this conference, inclusivity and pluralistic, it's kind of a real good example of this. What do we mean by that? Unless we are able, as an international community, to come with a common language, to come with common definitions, we are not going to be able to move further and to really look into have deeper conversations and better understand our respective approaches. The second thing that stood out for me from these 3 days is this tension between targeted and universal solutions. We heard a lot of different initiatives, but at the end of the day, there was something in the back of my mind, like at the end, we are thinking about transforming education, if we want to put it in UN terms, right? And to what extent, what is the role, as we heard in also the opening session from some of the foundations that are present and supporting this Arcan initiative, it's like, what is the role of this private money? How can it help us take risks and do many things that the OECD governments at least are not or are less or are more risk adverse and therefore cannot do that easily, you know? And in this role and this journey of transformation, I believe that there is a lot that we can do here together. And this is not something new. I remember being in Bishkek with Deputy Minister Ashambayeva in 2016, and we're already discussing on how to do that. But I think we need to get together and finally make it happen, because there are too many people at the margins. There are too many people for whom our current education model is not working. And for us at the OECD, what this means is that we need to shift our focus and to invest more on teachers. Teachers are really, or are the ones that are going to be the game changer into these new models. And it's not just about focusing on one type of pedagogies or another type of pedagogies. What we want to focus on and where we believe the change is actually on empowering teachers and empowering teachers to use their professional judgment. So providing them with a whole toolbox of different strategies so that they can draw on their own professional judgment to adapt and to use the strategy that fits better with the context of their own class and the topic that has to be taught. I think we heard as well this morning from David the difficulties as well of teacher change and the difficulties of mindset and the importance of respect. And Egoitz was reminding us of this just now, the need to trust teachers. In our TAVI survey, we actually asked teachers whether they felt that they were heard by their education ministries, and just 1 out of 10 said yes. So definitely there is a lot more that we can do to trust and to listen to teachers. But this also means, I think, and here comes the collective challenge, that we need to change the way in which we are seeing teachers. And we need to start seeing teachers as experts. And seeing teachers as experts means that we need to move beyond showcasing interesting initiatives to actually build collective expertise. And this means that we need to, all of us, get better at capturing teacher expertise, at sharing teacher expertise, and at scaling it. And this is really at the heart of what we are aiming to do with this Schools Plus network. There is a lot that we have invested in education in recent times. We know more about what works. And if you look into the most rigorous studies, when these are replicated in other contexts, only 1 out of 3 actually still have positive results. So we think it's time to actually engage with the teacher profession, engage the schools with evidence to understand the how behind what works. And this is actually what is going to be at the heart of the work of the Schools Plus network in the next 2 years.
That's brilliant. Thank you. And I love the idea, obviously, of putting the teachers in the very center of the entire process, and the idea that innovation doesn't necessarily come from top-down, but we need to really think a lot more from a bottom-up approach. Minister Costa, you attended the Schools 2030 Global Forum in Tanzania last year, and now you have hosted the second Schools 2030 Global Forum here in the beautiful Porto. Looking back on this year's Schools 2030 Global Forum, what are your key takeaways moving forward and helping advance more inclusive schools and pluralistic learning societies?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. His Excellency. I'm very happy to be here again. Don't know if I'll be around in Kyrgyzstan next year. And I'm very happy because you make the impossible happen. I go back 10 years in my life, and someone would tell me, would you ever be sitting on a sofa next to the Minister of Education of Kyrgyzstan? And I say, no way. So there's so much that you're making happen. Let me tell you the takeaway. So I wasn't as lucky as you all were because I couldn't be here yesterday. I had a debate at the Parliament, a tough one of the tough debates. And at some point I was thinking of Schools 2030 because a member of the Parliament from our far-right party was saying, look at what you're doing with education. You have this agenda on multiculturalism. That's a cultural revolution. And I said, yay, kudos for the revolution. Because if we are promoting a more tolerant, accepting society through education, I think we are doing good. And that makes me maybe say the same that I said last year at the closing of the Global Forum in Tanzania. These days we are afraid of some words, and sometimes we are afraid of the word ideology. But education is all about ideology. What we in this room agree on what education should be like is an ideological statement. When we are talking about wanting to develop more inclusive education systems, this is an ideological statement. It is at odds with a view of school that is meritocratic, that is only for some, in which all is in the shoulders of the student, or all is in the shoulders of the family of the student. It is ideological because we are thinking of a whole child approach to the curriculum, because we know that learning mathematics, language, science is as important as developing social and emotional skills. And so let's not be afraid of assuming that education is about ideology in the first place. Otherwise, we will be trying to find fake unanimity and fake consensus on the definition of education. And that's the worst that we can have. So that's what I take from these 2 days. For me, it's 2, not 3. And also what I took from the Global Forum in Tanzania last year. Then, unlike Anna, the more I think about this kind of community that we are creating here and these global debates on education, I don't think we should not think of education as a kind of set of concentric circles, because we'll always try to put someone in the center, and we will always fail if we choose one to be in the center. If we say teachers are in the center, the students here in the room will say, what about us? If we say the students are the center of education, the teachers will say, and they tell me, you forget about the teachers, you only care about the students. So this is a multi-centered world, and we can only progress if we hold together and we are all in the center. Otherwise, we'll miss the focus. And I think this is one of the takeaway messages from the Global Forum this year and last year, is that we need to sit together, and we need to put all of us in the center, because education is a communitary mission, is a mission for the development of the society. It's not only for the development of individuals. And then pluralism, inclusion. It's about a common goal. It's a project. Inclusion is a project. Inclusion is never concluded, because when we take one step, we look around us and we'll see there's still someone to include. So this is a societal goal, but it has to be with individuals. There's a comparison I use a lot. Maybe I'll repeat myself, but I'm short-sighted, and there is this idealistic view that education is for homogeneous groups, that we are talking to the students. And I'm short-sighted. If I take out my glasses, you all look the same. You all look blurred. The bald ones have hair right now. So I can stay without my glasses for some of you. But I don't see anything. I don't see the specificity of each individual in this room. So what the Global Forum is giving us is the ability to put on the lenses, to look at the individuals, to achieve a common goal for a better society, which is an ideological statement.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Brad, you are a global expert in teacher leadership and education policy reform at the Brookings Center. Looking back on this year's Schools 2030 Forum, what was different about it for you? And how has what you've discussed here relate to what you and Brookings are thinking about for the future of the teaching profession worldwide?
Thank you. Oh my goodness, how to say something about so many of the things that have been said over the last several days. I think about the John Dewey quote, education is not preparation for life, but education is life itself. And I think that that was really honored here over the last couple of days. I was blown away by the fact that we all here believe in teachers. We put teachers at the center. This was a teacher-forward event. And it's heartening for me. It's like it gives me fuel, it gives me energy. In a minute, I'm going to talk about how it gives me hope. But to be able to spend time with colleagues and talk about the need to trust teachers, to believe in their inherent capacity to focus creatively and inclusively on students is actually very heartwarming. I want to say this was also an incredibly well-organized conference, and credit to the Aga Khan Foundation for putting this on. I have a few thoughts about teachers and teaching. One of them is that teaching will always be both personal and professional, and we have to get that balance right. If we go too far to either side, I think we make a mistake. If we focus only on the professional aspects of teaching, we lose the humanity of it. We lose the fact that these are actual human beings in working with other human beings in particular contexts. But if we only focus on the personal nature, I think we run the risk of losing the knowledge base about what good, inclusive, pluralistic teaching can become. So getting that balance becomes incredibly important, which is not to say we should be deprofessionalizing teaching. We should absolutely understand that it is a full profession, but it is also a personal profession. Secondly, I think that teaching is both always unique and universal. There are always contextual uniquenesses, and there are always some universal truths about learning, about pluralistic learning, about societies. And how to get that balance right and how to integrate the two is something I'm reminded of as I've been listening in on these many conversations today. I also think about how investing and committing to teachers is not only an idealistic thing to do, but it's a pragmatic thing to do. Listening to teachers is not only the right thing to do, but it's the wise thing to do. And the reason it's the wise thing to do is because we know, decades and decades of research has told us this, that teachers will resist, they will adapt, they will bypass the instructional reforms, the approaches, the curricular materials that they're given if they don't believe in them. So rather than shove those ill-fitting approaches down the throats of teachers, let's work with them and let's build the expertise of teaching and learning out from the ones who are closest to the people who matter most in all of this, and that's students. I think today about David Yeager mentioning that students need our respect. I think about Darius and his colleagues who earned our respect as students today. And I think about the fact that teachers also need our respect. In the same way, if we talk about growth mindsets, if we talk about what it means to commit to education, if we talk about what it means to be motivated to do one's best, none of that happens without respect. I want to talk very quickly about the fact that I've been heartened to see all of the pieces coming together. A really impressive collection of donor organizations who are committed and who are coherently working together around this common goal. I think that becomes incredibly important. In a minute, I might have a chance to say that we'd better not lose that. And I also want to say that we've been making connections and we've been making interconnections. Connections especially between teachers and communities, between schools and education leaders, and policymakers with each other. And then finally, I want to suggest that there are three things that I kept coming back to during the course of these last couple of days. One of them is hope, one of them is creativity, and one of them is hard work. We have to hope for the best. I think education, the life in education is always a balance between hope and despair. And it's the hope that fuels us. And it's the hope that we have that we won't have teachers and education systems that fit children into the system, but in fact, we will equip students to transform the system into the systems that we need. Because frankly, if we don't change and we don't change our systems, we are literally going to extinguish our species. Maybe not in our lifetimes, but very possibly in our children's lifetimes. And so this is literally a matter of life and death. When I think about creativity, I think about how so many times over these last couple of days, we've been listening to and talking with people who ask the question, what if? Let's never forget that question. What if we did it differently? What if we pushed against the status quo? What if we focused on what's needed right in front of us? That imaginative nature, not only on the part of teachers, but on the part of all of us as researchers, as policymakers, as donors, as other folks, asking the questions that get us outside the status quo. And then finally, it's incredibly hard work. And I think that we have to remember that. We're all going back to the real world tomorrow, and we're going to be reminded that there are forces arrayed against teacher professionalism, against the kind of pedagogies that we believe in. And we have to make sure that we don't take our pedal off the gas, that we don't give up, that we don't lapse into nihilism, but that we keep working together and we bring the energy that's been produced over these last couple of days with us and let that fuel us until we find ourselves together next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this trio of hope, creativity, hard work is something that will stick with me after this panel discussion. My next question is to Minister Imanaliev. Minister, in less than 1 hour, you will announce that you will be hosting the 3rd annual Schools 2030 Global Forum in the Kyrgyz Republic. Congratulations on that. And I know that we're all very much looking forward to meeting you in Kyrgyzstan. But looking back on this year's forum, here in Portugal, how do you think we can better support teachers to be leaders of inclusion and innovation moving forward in Kyrgyzstan?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say that we will not let you down when holding the Global Forum in the Kyrgyz Republic. We've spent in this wonderful city of Porto 3 days, and I would like to thank the hosts for a wonderful organization of this event. Throughout these 3 days, we realized that inclusivity is possible. We just need some time, knowledge, and skills. And we see that there is trust in education, trust in teachers. Teachers are power. When teachers from all countries bring their efforts together, we can make this a reality. As regards our role of teachers, their leadership in education, I can say that it's possible. But we have to support teachers, providing them with resources. In the first place, here I imply textbooks, equipment, software, and other resources which are inevitable for the development of educational skills. Then the second thing to mention is the professional development of teachers. Our teachers are obliged to undergo professional development courses once in 3 years. Within 18 months, 36,000 of teachers are going to undergo professional development, including conferences, trainings, and mentorship programs. We do need uninterrupted dialogue and debates. Our students are expected to learn for 10 or 12 years. At the same time, teachers have to learn throughout their lives. It's lifelong learning for them. Many leaders present here, many teachers shared their experience at this forum. We value this. And finally, I have to mention the support from the school administration. There are some schools which can be recognized as leaders that comply with international standards, that received international certificates. However, at the same time, there are still schools that might do better. There are schools that educate students who win important prizes at the international level. At the same time, there are schools that are idle, that do nothing. And I think everything depends on the school principals. School principals are leaders, managers, and diplomats at the same time. The school principal has to work with teachers, with students, with parents, with organizations, and with representatives of civil society as well. And finally, what is important? It's important to provide incentives for creative teachers. All kinds of incentives. In Kyrgyzstan, we've got the constitutional status, Hero of Kyrgyzstan, and winners of this prize are awarded with golden medals. This year, on the day of independence, such prizes will be awarded to teachers only. And before that, our cosmonauts, our space travelers used to receive such awards. So this year, the teachers are going to be equal to such heroes. The state is going to provide also some financial incentives to the teachers. Teachers who teach Kyrgyz language and literature will be awarded with prizes amounting to $10,000. I think that such incentives help to raise leaders in education, including the inclusive education.
Thank you very much, Minister. And Mr. Kartikey, The challenges facing teachers and learners in your jurisdiction are immense. And yet, teachers are at the very heart of any scalable solution in education. Looking back over the last 3 days here at the Schools 2030 Global Forum, how has what you've heard relate to the current situation in India, and what gives us hope moving forward?
Good evening to all of you. Today, while having lunch, we were discussing one issue with some of the friends based in Washington, D.C. Just now, one of the panel members also discussed about importance of teacher. ND was also, raising the issue, hands and all, thumbs up and all. In India, we have one saying, that if one person has to pay respect to a two-person, one of them is God and the other teacher. First, you have to pay respect to teacher because he has made you aware that the other person is God. So it is considered to be one of the most noble profession in India. As far as my jurisdiction is concerned, in the state of Bihar, I will discuss various issues in the background of this 3 days event over here. Education is regarded as, in Sanskrit verse, it is called as Sa Vidyaya Vimuktaye. Real education is the one which liberates from ignorance. Education means basically 3 things: schools, students, and teachers. You can arrange in any order as you can prioritize. And for this, you require resources, funds, trained manpower, both. Now, the things that we discussed in last 3 days, one can make out that CSOs, the NGOs, the international funding agencies, they help in supplementing both these things: research-based, evidence-based studies, technologies, pedagogies, that helps in government effort to bring education for all. We have various CSOs working in ECD, elementary education, IT infrastructure, menstruation awareness, digitization, training of teachers, learning disabilities, technical assistance, etc. Right now, one of the very big CSO in Bihar is conducting a summer camp. This is a period of vacation, summer vacation in India, in which we are trying to bridge the learning gaps for class appropriate students, for class grade 5 and 6, in which 100,000 volunteers are doing service, and they are teaching around 15 lakh students from 1st June to 30th June. Now, this is a very big effort of one CSO working in Bihar, and government is fully supporting it. The challenges discussed in last 2 days are very, very relevant to the sector, very, very reflective, very important to understand the sector, how to make things clear, better. Anything saying about it will be a repetition for me. So inclusiveness, equity, assessment, diversity, pluralism, all we have discussed, and these are very, very important needs of the time for entire world. There are some more issues which we need to take into consideration, I believe so. Like schools, students, and teachers. For these 3 things, we need resources. In developing societies or low-income societies, resources are less. So obviously, if resources are less, the education for all concept or the pluralism or inclusiveness is questionable. The dropout is very high in such societies. There is nutrition availability question. The retention issues are there. And there are incentives for the learning outcomes which needs to be focused. And for every society, there are priorities. And as per priorities, there are priorities for the education system as well. So based on employment or the economy condition of the society, the vocationalization of education, skilling, these issues also needs to be considered. We all are outcome of education. Whatever we are outcome of our education system wherever we have studied. And there is always scope for improvement, reforms, improving the standards. So it is clear that the one who is educated has better life chances and has a better living standards. So we all need to provide that better education conditions are available for all. We emphasize that CSOs or the funding agencies should focus in particular area, in particular sector, or for a particular number of schools, so that it becomes center of excellence in that area, so that others can visit it, others can see it, and others can replicate it on their own. As a government, we can facilitate at local level. There are various hurdles which you can help in removing those hurdles. Local support, logistic issue, collaboration with local representatives. These all are basic things which CSOs face in delivering their targets. So there is a huge responsibility upon us, all of us, and I believe that we all have to, make sure that we remove this might word by must. That how must we foster more inclusiveness?
That's brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was an amazing set of reflections. Thank you very much to this panel. And I would like for us to now move into the second part of our discussion. Since we are, I think, running out of time, we have about 10 minutes, which essentially means that I would like to give 2 minutes to each of you to think about what is the agenda of action that needs to be taken in the neest 12 months until we meet again in the Kyrgyz Republic, so that at the end of this discussion, we walk out of this panel with 5 key points. So, first I would like to ask you, Minister Costa, what is one goal that you would like the Schools 2030 Global community to achieve together by June of next year, and why do you think it is important?
That was very mean of you to make me be the first, because I was still thinking. But I think there is one thing that I'd like to see. The schools that are here are lighthouse schools, and they can function as lighthouse schools. I know very well the Portuguese schools that are here. I'm so very much proud of these teachers that from these schools in Portugal. But we need, and I think this is a challenge for the continuation of the Schools 2030 network, is to give us notions and means and ideas on how to scale up. Otherwise, we'll be keeping preaching the converted ones. So scaling up, I think, is the big goal for next year, in my view.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Brad, what is that one goal that you would like this community of Schools 2030 to achieve together by June of next year, and why do you think that is important?
Well, maybe I'll take the responsibility home to my own organization as well as share it out here. You asked me earlier about what I can take from this and bring back to Brookings. And I think about how these last couple of days have really imbued me with a desire to very strongly wrap the work of the Central for Universal Education at Brookings around centralizing local needs and expertise, and focusing on holistic systems change and scaling up these innovative and promising examples, and also leveraging partnerships. And so we're trying to do that, and I think we're going to have to do that even more. We've got a new knowing, doing leadership network that we're beginning to launch with the generous support of the Lego Foundation, and I think we're going to need to build a lot of these principles in it. I'm honored to continue to work as part of the KICS initiative with the ROSI project, Research on Scaling the Impact of Innovations in Education, where we're really going to want to think about what does it mean to find the promise promising innovations and work with them to scale them, and also study what it means to scale some of these things so that they can take the scene over. And then thirdly, we are in the process of beginning to launch some new work around identifying and supporting and learning alongside promising teacher professional development groups around the world, because I don't think any of this is going to happen unless we understand that teaching is a whole system that needs development and support. In terms of what I think I might ask all of us for next year is that this work is hard. And we've had a real joy over the last couple of days to spend some time with each other as like-minded folks. And we're probably going to be reminded in the next couple of days that there are cultural histories that don't see teachers the way that we do. There are material conditions that don't allow for the conditions in many locations for teachers to do this kind of wonderful work that we're seeing. There are policies that seek to deprofessionalize teaching or standardize it or offer scripted curricula. There are underlying geopolitical and economic forces that may resist the notion of change. And what I think that we really need to do is not let those deter us. Come up with the good arguments and the good examples that we've showcased here today, and use those carefully and use them collectively to push against that narrative so that we can actually create a movement of our own. Because I think it's movements that change the age. And I'm left with, there's a poem called The Writer by Richard Wilbur, and I'll use the last line of that poem. I wish for us what I wished before, only harder.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Kartikey, the exact same question. What would you like for us to achieve, and why is it important?
I think, in last 3 days, there have been around 25 challenge workshops. Many important issues have been discussed, and some have been documented as well. And there have been very good team of experts from across the countries, and they are already doing these things. They are already in process. I believe that those ideas can be evolved during next 1 year, and that can be implemented, or some concrete data, concrete study, concrete evaluation can be done, and then based on that, for next year, it can become a good study or good prescription for the rest of the societies to follow.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. Anna, over to you. What is that one thing you would like to happen, and why?
I really hope that we're going to stop talking less about teachers' passion. We know that teachers are passionate. 9 out of 10 of them that participate in the TAVI survey in 48 different countries tell us that they get into teaching because it's their vocation. They want to make a difference into the lives of their children. We will talk less about passion, and we will talk more about expertise. And to me, this means that we need to move beyond trying to capture their expertise and simply showcasing it, and finding ways to systematize them so that they can build into knowledge. I've seen in here very interesting and promising practices, and for example, the structure that was used to present these teacher showcases can be very inspirational. And I hope that we are going to join forces, all the organizations that are working into capturing teaching expertise, to develop an international framework that can help not only capture this expertise, but also aggregate it so that we can meet this challenge of going to scale and providing valuable information for system transformation.
Of course. Thank you. Thank you. Last but not least, Minister Imanaliev, what is that one goal that you would like for us as a community to achieve by the time we meet in your beautiful country next year, and why is it important?
Thank you. Well, the education cycle is a long cycle, and I see 3 objectives or 3 dreams. As UNESCO representative said, only 70 countries in the world cover vocational education, and I hope that by next June that will be a greater number. I'm speaking about ecological education, environmental thinking. It needs to be a new competence in school education. We need a new standard and a new program or curricula. And also, currently, about 60 countries, their school children daily encounter problems with access to potable water, for example. And the Global Green Fund under the UN, their budget is about $3 trillion. I would dream that they help those schools, that they support those schools that on the daily basis encounter shortage of potable water. And number three, currently in this world, it is hard to imagine the education sector without digitalization. So if you now print out all the textbooks from the internet, we would need like 300 billion copies of books. Civilization, of course, facilitates access to education, ensures quality, accessibility, inclusiveness. And I hope that our ministry, our country, that during this year, we will be able to fully digitalize our education materials. And hopefully you will witness that next year.
Wow, I believe we have actually ended up with more than 5 action points, but let me summarize just so we have them all, we keep them all in mind, dear community of practice. So one was we need to now move from showcasing our ideas towards scaling up the successful experiences that we have all brought to this conference with us. Number two, we need to start focusing on the holistic systems level change to enable that scale up and not be deterred by all the challenges that we are bound to have on the way towards there. Three, evolve ideas we came up with and make sure that we move towards the systematizing of that experience. You also said that the ideas that have already been shown here are now potentially ready to be scaled up, but also we might be ready to start studying those pilots to see what results we achieve within 1 year. And also, Minister Imanaliev had shared his dream that by June 2024, the number of countries and schools that have the competency to teach climate change properly increases. So thank you so very much to this wonderful panel. It was a true honor. And please, could we give it, them a hand? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Delia, and to your excellencies and to the panelists. We're going to take 2 minutes to set up the stage for the photo farewell. Please take this chance to maybe stand up, and then after the photo farewell will be the official handover. So in 3 minutes, the concert will begin. Thank you. Last 35 minutes of the Schools 2030 second annual Global Forum. At this time, it is my privilege and my pleasure to introduce to you someone who has been behind the magic and is an unsung hero of the entire Global Forum. Alexandra Marques is the head of education and ECD here in the Aga Khan Foundation, Portugal National Office. And she has been working since the last ceremony in Tanzania to this one. So can you please give the biggest round of applause for Alexandra?
So thank you so much, Andy, and thank you, everybody. So we are already on the way to Kyrgyzstan, but we are still in Porto. So let's celebrate with a significant Portuguese music, that is Fado, that you heard on the first day. So we are closing also with Fado. And it's my real pleasure and privilege to announce and introduce to Mariana Roja. She's a singer, a songwriter, a scientist, and film producer. So she's one of the most versatile artists in Portugal, passionate about the Portuguese culture. Mariana started singing Fado in the UK, where she lived, and did her PhD in neuroscience. So again, like in the first day, combining education with arts inside it. Her projects incorporate elements of world music and promote Portuguese arts that are becoming extincted. She has won many and several international awards, and her work is presented, her music, alongside with two special artists also. So Pedro Barosa will be on the guitar, and Rui Pedro Claro on the Portuguese guitar. Please just welcome them to the stage.
afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today in this fantastic event that has joined so many people from so many different countries and cultures. Today's fado, the first one that I'm going to sing, also brings together several cultures. It was written by Vinícius de Moraes to our fadista Amália Rodrigues, and it's called Missing Brazil in Portugal. O som das minhas lágrimas de amor cria o mar que existe entre nós dois para nos unir e separar. Pudesse eu te dizer a dor que dói dentro de mim, que mói meu coração desta paixão que não tem fim. A ausência tão cruel, saudade tão fatal, saudades do Brasil lá em Portugal. Meu bem, sempre que eu fiz um lamento crescer desolador na voz do vento, sou eu em solidão pensando em ti, chorando todo o tempo que perdi. Meu bem, sempre que ouvis um lamento crescer desolador na voz do vento, sou eu em solidão pensando em ti, chorando todo o tempo que perdi. Thank you. The second song I'm gonna sing is an original of mine. I don't know if you've noticed, but in Portugal, our pavements are mostly made of limestones that have drawings that tell the history of our country and everyone that lives in it. But it's an art that is becoming extinct. And this inspired me to sing a song about what the calçada, this art, means to us. As pedras da calçada me acompanham, sentem a solidão que há em mim e ouvem os lamentos que me arranham. Elas estarão aqui até o fim. As pedras da calçada me conhecem, levaram cada lágrima que perdi e aguentam tudo aquilo que atormenta. Elas sabem bem o que eu senti. As pedras sentem o peso de alegria, relembram cada sorriso do passado e mesmo assim cansadas permanecem. Elas trazem sabedoria do meu lado. As pedras na calçada me conhecem. As pedras da calçada me conhecem. As pedras da calçada me conhecem. As Thank you. We have one more song for you guys tonight, and I would like to introduce Rui Pedro Claro on the Portuguese guitar. And Pedro Barosa on the guitar. So as you have noticed, Fado is a little bit melancholic, but it's not always sad. We also sing things that are a bit more upbeat. But the truth is, Fado means destiny, and all of this is Fado. And all the songs that we write about Fado are also about our daily life and all these amazing moments. So the next Fado is called All of This is Fado. Perguntaste-me outro dia se eu sabia o que era o fado. Eu disse que não sabia. Tu ficaste admirado, sem saber o que dizia. Eu menti naquela hora e disse que não sabia, mas vou-te dizer agora. Almas vencidas, noites perdidas, sombras bizarras. Namoraria, cantam rufia, choram guitarras. Amor, ciúme, cinzas e lume, dor e pecado. Tudo isto existe, tudo isto é triste, tudo isto é fado. Se queres ser o meu senhor e teres-me sempre a teu lado, não me falas só de amor, fala-me também do fado, que o fado é meu castigo. Só nasceu para me perder. O fado é tudo que eu digo, mas o que eu não sei dizer. Almas vencidas, noites perdidas, sombras bizarras. Namoraria, cantam rufia, choram guitarras. Amor, ciúme, cinzas e lume, dor e pecado. Tudo isto existe, tudo isto é triste, tudo isto é fado. Amor, ciúme, cinzas e lume, dor e pecado. Tudo isto existe, tudo isto é triste, tudo isto é fado. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
We can hear a lot of hopes. We can hear a lot of conversations. But most of all, I think what we are hearing is a community that we are a part of and that we are continuing to build. It is my pleasure and distinct honor to be introducing a very close colleague of the Aga Khan Foundation's global education family, the National Manager of Education of the Aga Khan Foundation in the Kyrgyz Republic, Ms. Nazira Zholdoshkova.
Thank you very much, Andy. First of all, I would like to thank Fado for this beautiful performance. And I think you will all agree with me if I say that it has added that delightful touch to our three-day event, celebrating impactful achievements and collaborations that have taken place over the past 3 days. Dear distinguished guests and esteemed participants of the third annual Schools 2030 Global Forum, as we gather for this handover ceremony, first of all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all of you for being with us and for being the integral part of Schools 2030 Global community. Your presence, your commitment, and your contribution is truly invaluable to us. Now, with a great honor, I would like to invite Minister Qanibek Imanaliyev to join us on stage. Let's warmly welcome Minister Qanibek Imanaliyev, who will be our guide as we embark on the exciting journey from vibrant city of Porto to beautiful city of Bishkek.
Уважаемые дамы и господа,
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's my honor and privilege to speak in front of you on behalf of the Ministry of Education and Science of the Kyrgyz Republic. This is the country which is constructing modern and inclusive schools. Schools 2030 is the part to the national development strategy of Kyrgyz Republic. The main practical goal is to achieve 44 and 48. Due to innovative policies and methods, we have created educational space that contributes to the development of empathy and equal opportunities for all learners. We develop curricula that reflect versatile opinions. Thus, we can prepare our learners for being active citizenships that are able to navigate in complicated conditions of human activity. The world faces challenges such as hunger, inequality, pandemic, demography, health of children, climate, humanitarian crisis. All this requires joint efforts and real economic and educational programs. Under the Global Forum 2030, we discussed the educational system facing these challenges. Equity and pluralism are values for education, and as mentioned by His Highness Mr. Aga Khan, the pluralism is the prerequisite for the humankind's development. I'm grateful to Ms. Marquez, to Mayor of the city of Porto, Mr. Kocher, Mr. João Costa, for this fruitful cooperation in organizing the Global Forum. It's our honor to host the Global Forum Schools 2030 in 2024. Once again, let me express sincere gratitude to His Highness Aga Khan for the support of children and youth all across the world. We are ready to create all conditions for the productive discussions during the Global Forum in 2024. The topic of forum will be education and climate change. As highlighted yesterday by Mr. Kocher, I am not an expert in climate change myself, but it's obvious that until a man changes his attitude to nature, we cannot change the nature itself. Every religion teaches us not to harm, not to fell the tree, not to pollute the water. Very soon we will face a new concept of climate migrant or climate refugee. We are facing the threat of global warming, and only education and science can save us. We have to be wise in our attitude towards nature. Spiritual values, sayings, proverbs, parabola teach us to live in harmony with nature. 1,000 years ago, great philosopher and poet Yusuf Balasagun said the following: knowledge brings us to happiness. Thus, happiness is the result of education and knowledge. And then 1,000 years later, we can state that any people, any educated people will be happy. Today, our president, parliament, civil society provide versatile support to the development of education. We are determined to start the digital platforms of education since September the 1st. Thus, will bring the education and inclusive education into to a new level. We will do our best to host our global forum next year. Our national anthem begins with the following words: our native land has always been protected by our holy fathers. Our land is covered by mountains, and we are the only country which still can boast of white ibises, which are the symbol of purity. And in Kyrgyzstan, we've got very pure air and pure water and primeval nature. We have hospitable people. So we are the motherland of white ibis. We are looking forward to meeting you next year. We've got high spirits, as high as our mountains. We'll be happy to see you in Kyrgyzstan. Bienvenida in Kyrgyzstan. Welcome to Kyrgyzstan.
I don't know about you, but looking at the photos, we're ready. We're ready, and thank you for being ready for us. At this time, it has now become the Schools 2030 tradition for the Minister of Education of the host of the current Schools 2030 Forum this evening, Minister João Costa, to be passing the SDG4 Education Cube to the host of the next Schools 2030 Forum. This is the same cube that the Minister of Education from Tanzania had passed on to Minister Costa. Yes, you can go grab it, absolutely. And while they're having their first picture taken, I also invite any friends, staff, colleagues, teachers from the Kyrgyz Republic and any staff, friends, and teachers from the Schools 2030 program, Portugal, to come for the second photo. So. Wow. So that's a little bit of the preview of the Kyrgyz music. While we have both ministers up, and again, while if my colleagues from Schools 2030 can be gathering your Schools 2030 teacher from Portugal and from Kyrgyz Republic, we'll have a photo in just a second. But first, both ministers have requested to give each other a short exchange of gifts. So we will first begin with Minister Costa.
Okay, dear Minister, this is the easy part. That's a gift from Portugal for you to take home. This is the toughest part. This is, inside this bottle, is the declaration of the students that were here today. I have a message from them. Yeah. I have a message from them to Andrew and Michael. When I left and didn't hear the FADO, I was being interviewed by some students, and they told me that next year they want more time to speak on stage, and that they want to have meetings together with the teachers and the other partners. They don't want to talk with themselves only. So, message passed. I had this mission.
Уважаемый министр Коста, позвольте еще раз поблагодарить.
Esteemed Minister Costa, let me once again thank you. We will be delighted to host the Global Forum Schools 2030 next year. And let me hand you over a small gift with our sincere words of gratitude.
Also like to ask you this would not have been possible without the municipality of Porto. The city councillor Fernando Paulo is here, and I'd like to ask you a big round of applause for the city of Porto.
And so at this time, we'll just be taking one more photo, and we welcome the Schools 2030 teacher from Kyrgyzstan. A huge round of applause. And our Schools 2030 teacher from Portugal. And I would also invite Michael Coker, please, to the stage. And if we can be in the center of the stage. And while they're doing the photo, I would ask my colleagues to turn to the last slide of the forum. And it is your save the date slide. So this is the next Schools 2030 Global Forum on the 11th, 12th, and 13th in Bishkek of next year. It's also in the middle of the week. So you get to also perhaps stay at home over the weekend. Excellent. Can we give one more round of applause? At this time, I would also not be up here, and none of us would be here, for three very special people of the Schools 2030 global community. I cannot tell you that we are not an event planning organization. We are trying to support our staff and our colleagues throughout our countries to deliver how we support teachers to better assess, innovate, and showcase what works. But over the last 6 months, it has been tremendously inspiring and absolutely mind-boggling to witness the extensive dedication, perspiration, but passion that Nafisa Shahova, my co-lead in education from the Aga Khan Foundation, please come. Sarah James, the Global Manager of Communications for Schools 2030. And finally, Dr. Bronwyn McGrath, the Global Program Manager of Schools 2030. And now I invite, for the final words, Alexandra, representing the host of the Schools 2030 Forum, the Aga Khan Foundation from Portugal. Thank you very much.
With me. Okay, we are almost there. So I could not end this moment without saying thank you very much to everyone that helped us to create this moment. Just a guess, how many people do you believe were involved to support and guarantee everything? The room, the space, the catering, the audiovisual, a number. Who would guess? Almost there. 148 people were supporting us to achieve this. So a round of applause to all of them, please. So the translators, the catering, everyone, and a special thank to the event planner, the House of Events that was with me, with AKF's team close by at any call, any message. So they are our arms, voice, eyes in Porto. So it was, without them, we could not achieve this and grant the well-being of all of us during these days. So, but before we left, we would like to deliver a memory, a physical memory, but also a memory that is capturing the pluralistic outlook of the Aga Khan Foundation, and is something that is quite unique and is coming from the Ismaili Center in Lisbon, something that was left from the construction of the building, and that with the help of someone very special, I could recover to give one for each one of you. So I would like to invite you to keep sit until you receive the tile of the Ismaili Center. It's a special gift from the Global Forum in Portugal, and it has a lot of meaning, but is also remembering this is from the Ismaili Center, but is also taking the message of this Global Forum: inclusive schools, equitable systems, and pluralistic societies. So share it and take with you for all your countries, please. So I ask the support of the volunteers and the education team to just offer you this gift. And we also have the toys from a Portuguese artisan. We have seed cards, paper, recycled paper that you can plant and will germinate as all the ideas and the dreams that we built together in all these days. So can I ask the Kyrgyz music while we are deliver our gift to all of you. Thank you so much. So with no more to say, beside thank you so much for joining us at the second Global Forum. I consider and I declare the Global Forum is closed until the next one in Kyrgyzstan. Thank you so much.